What's up, everyone? Open YouTube. Wake up. Open YouTube. Turn on Do Not Disturb. Turn on Do Not Disturb.
Do Not Disturb is already turned on.
In the Lost Heir series, The Lost Heir, The Fall of Daria, heading by Mike Walter. Remove favorite 4 stars out of 4 rating. Play now button in progress. LH3.jpg. Be sure to sync. Please type a name for your save game. Text field. Double. Please log into the Choice Owl Get Deep Show Stats. Show back button stat. Abigail the Cleric. Back button. Type a name for your save game in text field. Cap C. Caps P L. At C and clean. E. R. R. I. C. Go. We hope you. Next, please. Next, Life of a Mobster. By Mike Walter. Check Barrett by Next, would you like to turn on notifications? Yes. No. Next. The skies slash with you survey the mass of creatures before you. Their numbers are without limit as they stretch across the horizon. Many of them are somewhat man-shaped, but twisted, as though they are the nightmares of what man could be. Some of them have leathery wings, many have sharp claws, and most of them have great yellow horns protruding from their heads. They are the denizens of the demon realm, come to lay waste to your world. Am I too late? A disembodied voice says from nearby. Is it over already? Do you want this character to have the legacy advantage? Yes, give me the legacy advantage. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. No. Next. One of the demons steps forward, leading the group. It stands up over 7 feet. It swings a claw through the air, seeming to rip the very air in front of it. It unfurls its wings and takes to the sky. Everyone around you tenses as it flies straight toward you. Draw your glowing blue-covered sword. Signal for the catapults to fire. Loose an arrow from your enchanted bow. Cast the mighty spell. Ready. Checked. Command. Next. Your words and hand motions warp reality to your whim. Your army takes this as a command and surges forward, screaming their defiance at the otherworldly beasts before them. Magic +3. You awake. Button. You awaken from a good night's sleep with the lingering memory of a dream fading in the morning light. It's a beautiful room with an enormous 4-pillar canopy bed, expensive mahogany dressers, and priceless tapestries. Your 12 years of life have been filled with the finest things money could buy. As the firstborn heir to the kingdom of Daria, you expect such things. Your ancestors have been ruling Daria for many years and you exhibit many of their finest qualities. Legacy advantage number 1, agility +10, charm +10, endurance +10, perception +10, and strength +10. More perks will arrive as the story progresses. You throw back the thick, luxurious covers and get out of bed. You see that your clothes have already been laid out for you on the dresser. You are the Prince of Daria. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. You are the Princess of Daria. Next button. The clothes are of the highest quality. Their cost in gold could probably feed a poor family for a month. You dress quickly, eager to begin the day. Next to your clothing is your prized possession. A spellbook, radio button, a holy symbol, a sword, a set of lockpicks, a beautiful bow and whip, a masterfully crafted lute. Next button. The tome is thick and bound in leather. It's full of runes and incantations. This is no child's toy. It is a book of true magic. Although magical study is expected of you, you have taken it far more seriously than anyone would have expected. The result is that your personal grimoire is far more advanced than a child of 12 should be capable of. You slip the book into a specially made holder on your belt before stepping out of your bedroom. Arcana plus 10, magic plus 20, and gain spell.
Window. StreamYard person.
The halls are already bustling with servants as they carry things from one end of the castle to the other. You make your way through the corridors instead of taking a private route, eager to meet up with your friends before your full day of lessons and tutoring begins. The servants have places to be, and the sheer number of them clogs the passages.
Hi, Heather.
Push your way through the halls. You are very strong for your age. Radio button checked. 1 of 6.
Oh boy. Let's see.
Smile at the servants, causing them to step aside. You are a charming individual. Check.
Let's go with that one.
Step around the servants. You have a good eye for noticing where the gaps are. Gracefully dodge the servants. You are very agile and light on your feet. Force the servants to part by your very presence. Radio button unchecked. 5 of 6. You watch the patterns of next. The servants smile back and nod greetings to you as you pass. Charm plus 10 and good plus 1.
Ha, got it.
It doesn't take you long to work your way through the castle, noticing as you do that it seems even busier than normal. Perhaps something interesting is happening that you haven't heard about yet? No matter. Your friend is waiting for you, so you hurry on your way.
I didn't even see your comment, but well, it's good to see you again, Heather.
Visit Petra, a young noble girl who is visiting. Radio button checked. 1 of 4. Visit Peter. Visit Gail. Visit Gil. Next, Petra and her family have been living in the castle for nearly a year now, but her official status is still a visitor. You hurry up to the rooftop gardens, knowing that she will likely be there. As you approach, you see that you're correct. Petra has light brown hair that falls softly in curls across her shoulders. Her face is gently dusted with freckles, and her bright green eyes always seem intensely interested in whatever currently holds her attention. She is tall for her age, and most people would consider her to be attractive. She will likely grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Even at 12, you can appreciate her beauty and find yourself attracted to girls. Radio button. You find, although she... Boy, next, you slept in, Petra says with a grin. That was the nice thing about being friends with a noble, your rank rarely got in the way. In fact, she sometimes even called you by your given name. Anthony, radio, Randall, radio button. Castiel, Matthew, Hubert, none of these. I'll choose next. Randall, did you see the riders? She asks. Alert, low battery.
Ugh, really? Now you start dying on my phone? What the hell? God damn it. Little piece of shit. Hang on. Nope. Oh, fuck. Nope. Ah, son of a... Okay. There we go. Which choice would I redo?
Low close. Randall, did you see the riders? She asks.
Nope. I have no idea what you're talking about, Petra. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Riders? You question. No, I just got up. Who's here?
Yeah, who's here?
I don't know. I heard that a group of 50 men arrived just before dawn. Your parents have already granted them an audience for later this afternoon. 50. You exclaim. And they've already been granted an audience. They must be important. A special banquet in their honor is getting set up too, Petro says. Even an exciting event like visitors isn't enough to change your plans, though. Petra is ready to go. Practice fencing, as you do most mornings. Practice archery, as you do most mornings. Read stories of magic and mythical monsters, as you check. Play in the King's Wood. Next button. Petra sits next to you and passes you the book you lent her from the Royal Library. Together, you read about strange creatures and odd events. Although you study fairy tales with your tutors, you just can't seem to get enough. Arcana plus 10.
Yeah. Let's boost that Arcana.
Several hours later, a servant arrives with a tray of breakfast. Various fruits, oats, honey, and fresh juices have been prepared for your pleasure. You lay the book down and stand near the tray as it's placed on a marble table. Petra takes some of the food and begins to eat. Touch her hand shyly while reaching for some food. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 3. Lean over and kiss her. Eat your breakfast. Radio button. Up. Next. But a thrill of excitement goes through you as you feel her soft hand. She smiles at you as you pick up a piece of cheese and pop it into your mouth. Petra relationship plus 3. The breakfast slowly begins to disappear as you fill your stomachs. Mom says I should start thinking about my future, Petra says between bites.
Uh-huh. Oh, I mean, I could choose any of the 6 options to get around the servants, but what I was doing was increasing my charm because each of those increases one of the stats. One increases agility, one increases charm, one increases perception. I forget what the other 3 increased, but yeah, that's why I did the one that increased my charm. So I didn't know other people actually did playthroughs of this. Huh. Interesting. I guess I'll have to search on YouTube. Honestly, did not know that. Good to know, though. Very, very good to know. And I'm also glad that you enjoyed the playthroughs, Heather. It means a lot to me. It means quite a lot to me that you're interested in this. And that I'm not wasting my time. Because one thing I don't want to do is feel like I'm wasting time, you know?
Ask, what do you want to do? Radio button. Say kindly, you're smart. You'll be great at looking after your parents' estates. Check. Say waspish. Next. I guess so, she says. We have managers that make most of the decisions, but it sounds boring. I want some adventure in my life. Petra relationship plus 3 and good plus 1.
Boom.
Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to live my own life, she adds. Away from the castle and everything. Every 12-year-old in the world has probably had the same ideas, regardless of background and personal situation. I have to go, Petra finally says as she pops a last morsel of food into her mouth. I have lessons with my tutor. You also have lessons and should have left several minutes ago. Harmon, your tutor, will probably be anxious because you're running late. You hurry off to the library, giving Petra a quick wave before you go. When you arrive at the library, Armand is waiting for you. There are many books placed across the table in front of him. As a prince, you are expected to be well versed in politics, economics, history, geography, heraldry, spellcraft, and religion. In addition to your academic studies, you have been taught to ride, hunt, play musical instruments, speak eloquently, and dance. Your academic studies are your favorite, radio, your music, diplomacy, you don't care for, next, button. When next, button. Armand smiles proudly as you immediately fling open the books in front of you. History plus 10, Geography plus 10, Arcana plus 10, and Religion plus 10.
Yes. There we go. I will keep that in mind. Blind Ohio Gamer. I will keep that in mind. This one I'm changing up. I'm doing a prince this time. Abigail became the paladin that I wanted her to be. But let's just say we didn't win the demon war. Should have streamed that one, I know, but oh, that didn't go the way I planned. But if you want, I can do another. I can stream that one after we're done with this one, if you want, and I might be able to get a different ending. Hopefully. But I don't know.
Very good, Randall, Armand says after several hours of study. Now, tell me what you know of the consortium.
They're a whole bunch of power-hungry morons.
Say, demon worshippers. Radio, say, their compound is in Vernex, a city in the north. Check, say, you're a teacher, say knowledgeably, a political and arcane movement for the increased allowance of demonic evocation. Radio, check, make up, next, that's correct. Armand says happily. Although, historically, it has never been successful. He explains some of the failed consortium movements in the past for a few moments before continuing. History plus 3. The Consortium of Planewalkers is a group of mages who believe that demon summoning should be allowed across the land. They believe that demon labor should be used without regulation.
Yeah, well, that doesn't end well, usually.
Armin paces the front of the room as he lectures you about the history and current politics of the Consortium. He folds his hands behind his back and closes his eyes as he becomes lost in his own words.
All right.
So, that's your teacher, the disembodied voice from your dream says.
Well, hello, wizard.
You look around, but you don't see the speaker. Harmon doesn't seem to notice that you're distracted. I know that book, the voice says, referring to the tome in front of you.
Do you?
Turn to the last page. There's map from the skilled cartographer Roxas. Tear it out and put it in your pocket. The map isn't entirely accurate, but it's close enough and it's beautiful. It will help you on your journeys. The voice vanishes. You open the book, and sure enough, you see a gorgeous map of Daria.
Excuse me.
Tear out the page and put it in your pocket. Leave the map where next button. You quietly tear the page from the book without Harmon noticing. Geography +3.
Yeah.
The strange voice is gone and you are alone with Harmon once more. He continues to speak about the consortium without having noticed that you weren't paying attention.
Nope, not really.
Listen intently as your tutor lectures you. Radio. Ask rudely, what's the point of all this? Stop listening and wait for your lessons to end. Next button. You are a diligent student and you listen eagerly. Arcana +1.
Yeah.
We have been graced with a large contingent from the consortium, Armand explains. They will be presenting their arguments to your parents once more. As you know, the law restricts demon summoning and leaves its practice in the hands of those who are academy trained. Demons live in a separate plane accessible only by magic. Through a combination of summoning and control, they can be brought into our world and forced to do the caster's bidding. But, if the demon wins this contest of wills, it gains control of the caster. Demons have strange moods. Some will just talk to their captives, but many have perverse and cruel tastes. Many of the poor conjurers mutilate themselves or attack others. Weaker demons can only control a person for a few minutes, but stronger demons can keep control for hours or even days. Luckily, this possession is very obvious to anyone seeing it. The mage's actions are very stiff and awkward as the wizard attempts to regain control. Alexander Tsusak is a high-ranking member of the consortium. I hope that you attend court this afternoon and hear your parents' reactions for yourself. That's enough for today. I'll see you tomorrow, Randall.
Yep.
Say, thank you, Harmon. Radio button, checked, 1 of 4. Say, okay, bye. Say, thank the gods it's over. Leave without sit. Next button. Harmon smiles and nods to you as you leave. Charm +1. You make your way through the halls to your family's private chambers. As you enter, you see your parents sitting side by side at the table. King Bran is strong and fit for his age. His short beard is white and his eyes are intense as he laughs at a joke your mother made. Queen Jade had been a real beauty in her youth and her good looks have matured into a stately grace as she has aged. Randall, your father calls as you enter. Old Harmon kept you late, I see. No matter. Grab some food and come with us to the throne room. You look at the finished meal in front of them and realize that Harmon must have kept you past the lunch bell, probably for having arrived late. Together, the three of you start walking down the hall as a servant fills a plate to bring along for you to eat. You were up early, your father says with a smile as you walk. What? Reply honestly, playing with Petra. Say, up, lie, say peck, snap, next, that's nice, your mother says. She is so far from home, it's good that you're helping her to feel welcome. The courtroom is already filled as you and your parents enter. You can see a man with a neatly trimmed goatee and very expensive purple clothing standing off to the side. Another man, large and muscular, stands next to him with a pair of axes on his belt. Weapons are allowed for special guests, although most choose to come before their monarch unarmed. The two men seem to be polar opposites. The short, well-dressed man seems dainty and precise in his bright clothing, whereas the axeman is nearly 2 feet taller, 100 pounds heavier, and wearing dark clothing. The third member of the trio is a woman with straight red hair and a short sword on her belt. Her eyes have a highly intelligent look as she watches everyone around her. A servant hands you your plate of food as a herald intones your various titles and ranks to those assembled. Welcome to Tornassa, your father says from his throne. We are pleased to have such a highly esteemed member of the consortium with us today. The man wearing the bright purple clothes steps forward and bows, flashing you and your parents a smile filled with perfect white teeth. Thank you, your majesties. The breach in protocol causes the herald to pause momentarily, but he quickly resumes his role. The man hadn't even waited to be introduced. May I present Alexander Tusak, High Chancellor of the Consortium of Planewalkers. Sit quietly and respectfully, radio, laugh out loud at the dandy in purple, radio button, next button. I appreciate your hospitality, your majesty, he says to your father, the official ruler of Daria. Although your mother is often consulted during difficult decisions, the royal line has always been passed down from father to son, making your father the most important person in the room. Let me save you some time, your father says. I must tell you that I have no intention of lifting the ban on demon summoning. The boundary must be protected and such power isn't safe in the average person's hands. The kingdom of Daria will continue to leave the regulation of the arts in the hands of the academy. Susak smiles at these words. I suppose that all of the standard arguments, including free labor and equality in the hands of those without ranks, won't sway your opinion? I'm afraid not, your father says with a diplomatic smile of his own. Very well, thank you for allowing me to present my views. I trust that you'll stay for the banquet we're holding for the honors of the consortium? Naturally, Susak replies with a greasy smile. Randall, your father says. Why don't you go have some fun before the banquet? I'll pass word to your other tutors that you're free from lessons for the day. Eager to be out of court and away from your tutors, you nod your thanks and rush out, holding your plate of lunch in your hands. You don't bother trying to find Petra, knowing that she didn't get the day off and will be busy with her own lessons all afternoon. Visit the training yards. Visit the dungeons. Visit the temple. Visit the royal guard. Go to your room and next button. The large structure is devoted to all of the gods, as most temples are. The priests usually devote themselves to specific deities, but your parents have always encouraged freedom of religion for all of Daria. The temple is mostly empty with only a few people praying at the various alcoves. How can I help you today, Prince Randall? A voice asks. You turn your head to see a short bald woman in robes. You've seen Sister Jerry before. She is a regular fixture in the temple. Although many monks choose a particular god to worship, she is the exception, choosing to worship all of them. Ask, did you really fight off 4 bandits? Ask, is divine magic that much? Check, say, next, magic is an essential force that permeates all of existence. The gods grant their favor upon their followers as divine magic. Wizards take control of this natural force on their own. So no, there is no real difference, only the method of acquisition. With that said, divine magic lends itself to aiding actions, such as blessing and healing. And with evil priests, cursing becomes possible too. She shows you a few gestures and incantations that are common to both priests and wizards. Alone, sister, she shows you a few gestures and incantations that are common to both priests and wizards. Alone, they do nothing, but you can see some similarities. Sister Jerry relationship +5, religion +3, and magic +3.
Excuse me.
Visit the training yards. Visit the dungeons. Visit the royal garden. Go to your room and have an afternoon. Next, you had gotten up early in order to meet Petra, so you are exhausted. You walk into your room and lay down on your bed, drifting off to sleep almost immediately. Sometime later you hear a voice saying your name. It's the voice of the person who told you to take the map. You open your eyes and hear your name for a second time, but this time the person is in the room with you. Prince Randall? Your valet says, waking you up. Pardon me, but the banquet has already begun. You get up and accept the towel that he hands you to wash up with. Another change of clothes has been laid out for you as well. The tunic and breeches are of an excellent cut. The high group boots are very fashionable, as is the vest that goes over the tunic. You allow the man to comb your hair and tie up your boots. Say, thanks, Bertrand, and hurry to the banquet hall. Next, your valet smiles and nods as you leave. The great hall is in full swing as you enter. You can see that the long tables have already been filled with the first course and everyone has begun to eat. 24 nobles are seated along with your parents, with the 3 consortium guests among them. You're surprised to see 6 or 7 nobles at the end who rarely ever come to these things. They are currently out of favor with your father due to various reasons, overtaxation of their lands, allegations of scandals and other things. You see Petra with the nobles surrounding your parents. This is hardly surprising, as her parents have always been very supportive to the throne. Prince Randall, heir to the throne of Daria. You ignore the herald as he announces you and rush over to your place next to the king and queen. You notice Susak's eyes on you as you take your seat. You're late, your father says. Say, sorry, I fell asleep. Radio button, check, say, I'm glad, next, no matter, you're here now, he says with a smile, patting your shoulder in a friendly way. You pick up a spoon and place it into the bowl of soup in front of you. Suddenly, your father knocks the spoon from your hand. You look toward him and notice that it was unintentional. He appears to be having some type of seizure and a small trickle of blood is running from his nose. You begin to stand up to help him, but before you are able to do anything, you see that he isn't the only one struggling for breath. Push the food onto the yell for the guards. Ask, are you okay? Watch in stunned silence. Next, button. The food scatters across the cobblestones, but it's too late. From that point on, things become a blur of chaos, fear, and horror. All of the nobles are choking and gasping for breath, including both of your parents. You can hear loud screams and clashing swords in the hallway. You watch in stunned silence as men in dark chainmail begin to flood into the great hall. You can tell by their clothing that these are the consortium's guard. Royal guards follow them in, their swords also out. They are not fighting each other, though. Surprised, you see a third group enter the hall. They look to be a ragtag bunch, wearing unmatching armor and wielding all manner of weapons. Both royal and consortium guards battle them in a steady retreat as the fighting spills across the great hall. We're under attack, Alexander Tusak yells dramatically, breaking you from your motionless surprise, as he jumps to his feet, his 2 companions at his side. His words go unnoticed by the vast majority of nobles, who are beginning to fall to the ground. You look about frantically for Petra, but can't find her in the ensuing chaos. You feel a pull on your arm and see that the large black-haired man with the 2 axes is trying to lead you away from the fight. The red-haired woman is helping your mother and Susak himself is helping your father. Your parents are nearly unconscious as they are escorted out of the great hall. 2 men approach and the axeman pulling your arm is forced to let go as he deals with one of them. The other is a large man with an ugly scar running down his face. You look up at him from your chair, everything seeming to happen at once. He has a wicked-looking morning star on a chain in his hand. The spikes are red encrusted with gore from his previous opponent. You can see his rotten teeth as he begins to swing the weapon toward you. Try to strike the man with a bolt of fire. Rip. Try to punch the man in the face. Attempt to dodge the blow. Rip. Do nothing. Next, button. This spell comes quickly to your lips as you summon a ball of fire into your hand. You thrust your palm forward and the bolt strikes forth. It catches the large man in the upper arm, sizzling as it burns. You can smell the stench as he steps aside, dropping his weapon and trying to put out the fire. Magic +3.
Eat fire, bitch.
Calm, quickly. The large man with the 2 axes says as he returns and drags you away from the fight. He moves with a speed you've never seen before. It almost seems unnatural. You are led back toward the royal private quarters. You see that the consortium guards are leading nobles in all directions and that another group of them have formed a protective barrier between you and the fight. It's amazing that they got to the castle so quickly. Susak, the man with the 2 axes, and the lady with the fiery mane drag you and your parents further away from the fight. He didn't eat, the red-haired woman comments in a cold voice. Your parents are no longer moving at all, having succumbed entirely to the poison. You can see that their necks have swollen and their tongues have turned black as they protrude from their blue lips. The large man who was accompanying Susak stands over you, holding an axe in each hand. You notice that he's wearing a thick leather belt covered in wounds. Susak also looks down at you with no hint of his former smile. He's holding a gray stone, the size of an acorn, in his hands. The object is covered in runes, but otherwise seems very dull. That's it? The axeman asks Susak, who nods in reply. The High Chancellor removes a black cloth bag from his belt and carefully opens it. A myriad of conflicting colors arise from the opening. He carefully drops the stone into the bag and returns it to his belt. Attempts to revive your dying parents, ask the woman, pray to the god, beg, I do nothing, radio, next, kill him, Tuya, he says coldly to the axeman. They'll just think it was an escaped prisoner. It would have been cleaner if Selena's poison had done the deed, but this will work just as well. You watch in stunned disbelief as the man with the axes steps forward. Suddenly, flashes of bright white fill the room. You see ice shards flashing past you and feel one of them cut your arm open. The three others are cut much worse as they raise their hands to block the onslaught. Through the barrage, you see kindly old Harmond, your tutor, casting the spell from the doorway. Health -20. Run! He yells. One of the shards of ice randomly slices through the bag hanging from Susak's belt. You watch as the fabric is torn open and glowing rune-covered stones scatter across the floor, including the dull unglowing one that he had just added. Instinctively, you grab at them as you run past, scooping some of them into your hands as you rush to the guards blocking your path. Unknown to you at the time, this odd compulsion will change the course of history forever. Your last vision of that room is of the bloated corpses of your parents, a vision that will haunt you forever. Gain 3 glowing rune-covered stones and 1 dull unglowing rune-covered stone. Push your way through the guard, dodge through the guards, radio button, unchecked, say, excuse, next, button. The men instinctively step aside, having been caught entirely off guard. Charm +2. You burst back into the main throne room, holding your bleeding arm. The attackers wearing mismatched armor are still fighting royal guards, but none of them are trying to push past the consortium's men. All of the nobles are now gone, either dead or taken away to safety. In addition to the royal guards, you see a group of older people fighting at the entrance to the hall. One of them is the old knight, Sir Grady. He looks ancient, but his sword is covered in blood. He is fighting like a man a quarter his age, his white mustache flying out as he defends himself. Another is a short bald woman in flowing robes, the monk, Sister Cherry. Her hands are a blur as she strikes at the attackers with her fists and feet. A second man with long straggly white hair and a dirty beard stands nearby. He looks very out of place, but he too is fighting the attackers with a short sword and helping the royal guard. The last figure is an old woman, Lady Emmeline, one of your parents' advisors. You watch as she slides a wickedly sharp-looking dagger from her cane and drops the stick itself to the ground. Her movements are fast and lethal as she uses the previously concealed knife to kill those who oppose her. The 4 odd fighters have broken through the mismatched attackers, opening an exit in their ranks. Susak strides forward confidently with Tuya and Selena at his sides. He is holding the end of his shirt in one hand, which appears to be sagging in the center. Judging from the colors shining from the makeshift pouch, you guess that it's holding the stones that had fallen out of his torn bag. Get him! He yells, pointing at you. The invading soldiers immediately begin to close in on you as the 4 older fighters hold them back, trying to maintain a clear path to allow you to escape the hall. Sir Grady and Lady Emmeline stand to the left while Sister Cherry and the white-haired man in rags stand to the right.
Okay. Which direction do we go this time? Left or right? What would you What would you go this time, Heather? Left or right? um, technically, none of them are a mage, but let's see. Who would I go with? The knight.
Run. The invading soldier. Run left towards Sir. Run right towards Sister Jerry and the white-haired man. Radio button unchecked. Run left towards Sir Grady and Lady Emmeline. Radio. Next, you run to the
just
left
two.
as Sir Grady and Lady Emmeline urge you down the hall ahead of them. You look back in time to see Susak clutching one of his stones in his hand. It glows a deep blue as his eyes glaze over in concentration. Meanwhile, the white-haired man and Sister Jerry hold back the attackers. The old man moves like a born fencer, agile and fast. His short sword slashes at exposed hands, throats, and knees, dropping his opponents quickly. Sister Jerry stands calmly in the midst of the battle, seeming to strike in every direction at once. Feet and fists drop her enemies one at a time with the speed of lightning. Unfortunately, it isn't enough. Looking past Sir Grady and Lady Emmeline, you see a sword strike deeply into the old man's neck as another slips past Sister Jerry's guard and slices open her belly. Dozens of swords rise and fall in a shower of blood, killing the two defenders. Through the spray of arterial red, you see a tall dark-skinned monster. It is 7 feet tall, covered in muscle, and has a pair of long yellow horns sticking out of its forehead. The demon summoners have finally brought forth one of their servants. The beast unfolds a large pair of bat-like wings from its back and flies over the bloody scene, landing just a few feet behind you and your final 2 companions. Each defender grabs you by a hand and pulls as you come to the last branch in the corridor, Sir Grady pulling left and Lady Emmeline pulling right. Follow Sir Grady, radio button, checked, 1 of 2. Follow Lady Emmeline, radio button, unchecked, 2 of 2. Next, Emmeline lets go of your hand immediately, allowing the old knight to pull you to the left. The demon follows after you in Sir Grady, smoke billowing from its nostrils and mouth. Run, Randall, Lady Emmeline shouts. The fate of the kingdom lies in your hands. The old lady walks right up behind the demon and begins stabbing it repeatedly between the shoulder blades with her dagger. The demon roars in pain and fury as it turns around, reaches out, and grabs her with a long clawed talon. Lady Emmeline is lifted into the air by her throat. Her nails dig futilely into the demon's forearm as it squeezes the life from her. Finally, you and Sir Grady exit the castle as the demon drops the dead woman to the ground. The sacrifices of the royal guards and the others aren't wasted as you and the old knight escape the castle. You stumble into the night, out of breath and bleeding. 6 years later, button. The fall of the kingdom of Daria was a significant turning point in history. Scholars called it a new age, which became known as the Age of Demons. This didn't happen all at once though. At first, it was thought to have been a tragic, but manageable event. The morning after the castle was attacked found the entire royal family dead. King Brand, Queen Jade, and the heir to the throne, Prince Randall. Alexander Susak was declared a hero as he led his guards against the attackers and saved several nobles. The attack was blamed on criminals, who poisoned the food being served in the banquet hall and released all of the prisoners from the dungeons. The royal guards were quickly overwhelmed and the castle was burned to the ground. The surviving nobles gathered in the city of Tornassa to decide who should rule Daria. It took a year of deliberation before it was decided that the land would be better served by 4 leaders instead of 1. 3 of the nobles were declared dukes, and the kingdom was broken into 4 duchies. Thus, the duchies of Bandar in the Norgan Mountains of the north, Udo in the Great Forest to the west, and Eddan of the southern plains were formed. Each duchy was named after the duke who ruled it, except for the Duo main duchy, which was given to Selena, the red-haired woman who murdered your parents. Her keen intellect was deemed invaluable during the chaotic aftermath of the assault. Selena was given the castle and bright water on the Silver Sea to rule the 4th duchy. The kingdom of Daria was no more. The lost heir button. The lost heir. Obviously, you weren't really killed in the attack. Sir Grady said that the consortium guards had flooded into the castle as the banquet began, but before any alarms had sounded. He said that he had seen consortium guards clustered around the royal treasury as well. Rumors never spoke about the theft, but you knew that the rune-covered stone Alexander Susak had been holding was stolen during the chaos. Sir Grady had rushed to the Great Hall in order to warn the king and queen, but he came too late. Your first instinct on the morning after the attack had been to return to the ruins of the castle and let everyone know the truth about what had happened. Sir Grady had taken the stones you stole from Susak and asked you to wait and listen before revealing yourself. You quickly learned that the only surviving nobles had been the ones who were out of favor with your parents. All of those who would have supported your claim had been killed or driven away. You never did learn what happened to Petra and her parents. You had expected Alexander Susak and the consortium to claim rulership, but they simply took their praise for saving the surviving nobles and disappeared into the background. The only thing that changed, with regard to the consortium, was that the 3 new dukes and the duchess lifted the ban on demon summoning. Everyone you had known was killed or had gone missing. Alexander Susak was relentless as he sent men across the newly formed 4 duchies in search of you. There was no doubt as to what he would do if he ever caught you. You are thankful that Sir Grady advised you to not do anything rash, radio, although you are next. The first couple of years were lonely and terrifying as you and Sir Grady traveled from town to town looking for work and trying to survive. It was all you could do to just stay alive, let alone think about your future. Sir Grady relationship +3. As the years passed, you grew older and people forgot what you looked like. You kept your name, since so many other boys had been named Randall following your birth anyway. 3 years after the death of your parents found you living on a small farm outside of Elmvale, a village in the newly formed Duchy of Uddo. Sir Grady was old, but he was resourceful. He had worked hard, hiring workers and using his knowledge and personal wealth to slowly build a life for you both. After 3 more years, the farm was mostly paid for and providing you both with a decent living. Strength +3. In addition, Sir Grady had been a world-class swordsman in his youth. He offered to teach you all that he knew, happy to share the knowledge as your new foster father. You studied swordplay, you studied magic, radio button. You studied lockpicking and trap disarming. You studied archery. You studied fisticuffs. You studied the art of stealth. Next button. Sir Grady was able to find you new spells for your spellbook and hire lessons from passing wizards. Although you were far from academy trained, your skills still grew over the years. Magic +15 and Arcana +5. The village of Elmvale's only claim to fame was that a powerful wizard had been born in the village several hundred years ago. The arcane practitioners had studied at the Grand Academy of Wizards during the time of King Gareth, the Mad King. The magic user eventually served the king's son and became the royal advisor to the throne of Daria. A statue of the sorcerer still sits in the middle of the village. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. A statue of the sorcerer still checked. Next. One day while you are standing near the statue, something odd happens. A man approaches you and hands you a box. I didn't think you'd really be here, he says, shaking his head in wonder. We've been handing that box down through my family for a very long time. I'm not supposed to stay and chat. Goodbye. The messenger leaves. You open the box and see that it's full of gold. The coins are several hundred years old and there's a message carved into the lid. This might be small enough to reach you without being noticed. We will talk soon. Since the messenger has left, the gold now belongs to you. Legacy advantage number 2. Gain 250 gold. The people of Elmvale often talk about their most famous citizen and gather around the statue to stare up at its magnificence. The sculptor had been very talented and the details on the stone face have been faded over the years. The mystery of who crafted the statue and when it had been erected has been lost in time. The statue shows the racial features of the wizard in accurate detail. She had been human, like you. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 9. She had been an elf. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 9. She had been a dwarf. Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 9. She had been a halfling. Radio button. Unchecked. She had been a half ORC. Radio button. Unchecked. 5 of... She had been a half-elf. She had been a pure-blood orc. She had been a goblin. She had been a troll. Next button. It has been a long time since the demi-human races of elves, dwarves, gnomes, half-ORCs, and halflings lived among the people of Daria as equals. But when the Elmvale wizard had been a child, the world had been a much more racially tolerant place. Legends of the great things she had done are still talked about today. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2.
I'm gonna go with the second option.
Stories of the terrible things she had done are still told to scare young children today. Radio button. Checked. Next button. The years pass and you grow in both mind and body. Your skills and knowledge increase as you learn from those around you. Legacy advantage number 3. Archery plus 10, devices plus 10, magic plus 10, blades plus 10, stealth plus 10, unarmed plus 10, arcana plus 10, geography plus 10, history plus 10, nature plus 10, and religion plus 10.
Yeah.
More perks will arrive as the story progresses.
There we go.
Your natural talents also grow and become even better. You have an eye for archery. You have the gentle touch needed for working with devices. Your magical reserves fill faster than other people and you see patterns where other people see only chaos. Radio. You have a sword fighter's foot. You have a soft step and move. You are naturally strong and able. You have an eye for details. You have a good memory for place. You have a good memory for learning from mistakes, which makes you likable and able to remember historical details. Radio button. You have a good memory for places and enjoy long walks. Radio button. Unchecked. 8 of 11. Next, you learn from passing mages that you have a gift that they envy. Your mystical energies will need to be trained still, but you have the makings of a powerful wizard. Legacy advantage number 4, magic plus 20 and perception plus 10. More perks will arrive as the story progresses.
This is gonna be fun. Well, this could either go very, very well or end very badly.
The stones that you stole from Tusak weighed heavily on your mind. It wasn't difficult to ask around about demon summoning, especially since it had been legalized. The Academy still licensed demon summoners, but more and more people began to practice the skill without proper training. Strangely, it seemed as though the consortium actually encouraged this, instead of trying to keep the power to themselves. Unfortunately, your research never took you very far. You learned that the summoner needed a demon stone to summon a demon, as well as the demon's true name, which was written on the stone, and the willpower to control the beast. Through all of your research, you never heard about an unglowing stone or what such a thing could mean. Sir Grady kept that stone as well as the others well hidden from you and discouraged you from talking about it. Your new life in Elmvale had become routine. 2 years ago, you got a job to help pay the bills. A squire, to become a knight, like Sir Grit, a priest, a thief, a hunter, a town guard, a scribe, a thug, a scribe, radio, a thug. Next button. A thug, a scribe, check.
Well, I'm gonna do that.
Next, your expensive tutors had given you a very classic education. There were many people who hired you to copy books, write their letters, and read things for them. Arcana plus 15, history
Cortana.
plus 15,
Cortana window.
geography
StreamYard
plus
personal
15,
Microsoft Edge window.
plus 180. You place the finished book into your most recent client's hands. He flips through it, impressed with your work. You know that he won't be disappointed. The book is an exact copy of the original that he provided you with. Content: the man hands you a handful of coins. You do nice work, the man says. You sure you won't take one more commission before you go? No, this was my last job, you reply. Tomorrow is Midsummer's Day, the day when everyone in the realm celebrates their birthday. You will be turning 18. More importantly, you will be an adult in the eyes of the guilds. With limited money and resources, you had decided a long time ago that the best way for you to fight back against the consortium and the dukes who stole your crown was to work for the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is the backbone to the entire guild system. Although many people join more than one guild at a time during their lives, it is the Adventurers Guild that provides the most lucrative jobs and opportunities, which you will need in order to find out why Susak killed your parents and to reclaim your throne, if you choose to do so. Good day to you, the man says, before leaving your home. You put the coins into your coin purse and leave as well. You have purchased most of what you will need for life on the road.
I will be right
Have a few
back.
things to buy before you go.
Are you serious? I'll be right back. Ow! Fuck, that hurt. Okay, I'm back. Oh, what? Can you hear me?
Edit broadcast button. Clickable button. Mainland clickable. Clickable button. Clickable button. Clickable. JC. StreamYard. Live viewer screen. Live 1 hour and 39 seconds.
I'm still
Clickable one.
on.
Mic is muted. Clickable toggle button. Toggle button not pressed is used.
Can you hear me? Testing. Is this thing working? Yeah, I had to do scribe to be able to get a mage. But I'm gonna be doing mage levels. Can you hear me at all, Heather? Because I am back.
Visit Carl, the Fletcher's son. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. Visit Carla, the Fletcher's daughter. Checked. Next, Carla is thin and blonde with nimble, slender fingers. She's good at making arrows and one of the best archers you've ever met. She also knows the best routes to travel from spending so much time listening to people buying things in her store. She is quiet and shy with a gentle demeanor. You enter Carla's parents' store, seeing the vast array of arrows and quivers displayed for sale, along with many other items for the intrepid adventurer. She is sitting at a small table with a tray of feathers, a pot of glue, and unmade arrow shafts. She looks up as you enter, a smile on her face. Ask, any luck with that infinity arrow? Radio button, checked. 1 of 3.
Yeah, any luck with that arrow, Carla?
Ask, can you get out of work early today? Rick, stick to business and buy what you came for. You have no time for friends. Radio button, unchecked. 3 of 3.
Oh, ouch. Oh.
Next, but no, not yet, Carl says with a soft smile. It was an amazing idea, really. Carla was a great fletcher and a talented archer. But her real dream was to create a magical weapon she called the Infinity Arrow. Legend said that it was perfect in every way, and if fired toward a target within eyesight, it couldn't miss. It was just a story, but it fit Carla's personality to create something that perfect. Carla relationship +3. Ask, can you stick to business? Next, button, you purchase a sleeping roll, flint and steel, water skin, and a backpack. It completes your traveling gear. Carla and the other merchants in Elmvale offer you other items that might be of interest. You have 430 gold.
Damn.
Buy weapon, buy equipment, buy from the visit the temple. Done shopping. Next button.
Oh, damn it.
Done shopping. Visit the temple. Radio. Buy from the Thieves Guild. Radio button. Buy equipment. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 5. Buy weapons. Buy equipment. Buy net. Next. You have. Buy a loot. Buy a coil of rope. Buy a hammer. Buy a lantern. Checked.
Actually, do I even need a lantern? No.
Buy a coil of rope. Check. Buy a length. Buy a hat. Go back. Next. Every story tells of the need for a good length of rope. Gold -15 and gain rope. You have 415 gold. Buy a loot. Buy a lantern. Buy a hammer and spikes. Check. Go back. Next. You never know when the hammer and a few iron spikes might come in handy. Gold minus 20 and gained hammer and spikes. You have 395 gold.
Yeah, I just took a quick break. It's pretty nice outside for me.
Buy loot. But go back. Checked. Next, you have 395 gold. Buy weapons. Buy equipment. Buy from the thieves. Check. Visit the temple. Done shopping. Radio button. Unchecked. 5 of. Visit the temple. Done shopping. Radio checked. Next, you put your new gear into your new. I know that you study a bit of magic, Carla says. But don't you think you should have a sword or a dagger as well?
No, I got my magic. I'm good.
You say yes. You say no, I'm okay with what I own. You say no, I'm saving my money. Next button. Having finished shopping, you return home to the farm. It will be a busy day tomorrow and you will need your sleep. The next day button. The morning of midsummer dawns bright and sunny. Life on a farm begins early. You are still amazed that Sir Grady is able to keep up with the demanding physical labor, but he is a very focused individual. You didn't have to do anything today. The hired hand would be doing your work from now on. Now that you are 18, you can apply for membership to the Adventurers Guild and begin making a life for yourself. You leave your small room behind and go downstairs. Sir Grady is waiting for you at the kitchen table. He's been like a father to you for the last 6 years. Although strict at times, you have gotten along well with the old knight.
Yeah, come on. I'm gonna be a wizard. I don't need a lantern. I can make my own light. And I already got a spell book.
I think it's time to talk about those runes you took from High Chancellor to Sack, Sir Grady says. They're demon stones, and they're how the planewalkers summon their servants. Ask, what do you know about them? Demand, say, yes, I know what they are. Check. Next, the some are ETH crafted, the original ones, you say. But the consortium has begun to learn the skill as well. The stones have the true name of a demon inscribed on them, allowing the summoner to bring the creature into our world. Any newly found demon stones are sent immediately to the consortium. Arcana +3. The stones Susak stole have been kept in the royal treasury for hundreds of years, Sir Grady says. The strange part is, as far as I know, it never even worked. Herman would have known more. It's too bad he was killed. Sir Grady hands you a dark black bag, similar to the one that Susak had been wearing. You see the 4 stones that you stole from Susak inside. Gain a black rune bag with 4 stones inside. They're yours now, he says. Your parents were always against them. They knew they were evil. But it may be your best way to get back at Susak. It's a consortium rune bag. They used to be illegal when your parents ruled. The Academy licensed their usage, but since the new dukes lifted the ban on demon summoning, anyone can carry one. It's what they use to hold their demon stones. If you're going to be carrying them, it'll be safer to keep them in this. But please, don't use them. Say, I won't use them, unless I have no other choice. Say, I'll do as I like with them, old man. Say, it might be my only chance to get back at Susak. Next button. Sir Grady nods in agreement. Good +1 and Sir Grady relationship +3. I still don't know how Harmondy's spell opened the rune bag like that, he says with a curious expression on his face. The rune bag has a protective enchantment on it. If someone other than the owner tries to open it or cut through the side, the demon stones are rendered useless. I don't know if it was skill or luck that opened Susak's bag without destroying the contents. Do you have any other questions before you go? He asks. Say, Say nothing. Next, Sir Grady nods in agreement. Hug the old man and say goodbye. Ask Lee. Next, you can tell that you've surprised Sir Grady by your display of affection. He was a warrior in his youth and he still likes to think of himself as a tough man, but his heart is good. He hugs you back. Sir Grady relationship plus 15. Be careful out there, he says in a gruff voice. Remember, you're always welcome here. Please, you say that you will and smile one last time at the old man before slipping out the front door. The village of Elmvale is bustling as you make your way to the town center. The other new adults who turned 18 this year have already gathered. Most of them will get jobs as apprentices in various fields, but some unfortunate ones won't be offered anything. Most will go to other villages and hope for apprenticeships, but some will be going straight to the Adventurers Guild to offer their service.
Yeah. The nice thing is with the the Lost Heir series, you don't rely on mana. So yeah, this is going to be fun.
Sure enough, the guild is bursting at the seams with new applicants. Not all of them will be cast-offs. Some of them, like yourself, will have wanted to join on their own. It made for a very diverse group of people. Gods be damned. A voice shouts. The owner of the voice is the largest woman you've ever seen. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. The owner of the voice is the largest man you've ever seen. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 2. Next. Button. She stands over 6 feet tall and must weigh at least 250 pounds. Her legs are like tree trunks and her arms are bulging with muscle. Her messy black hair hangs over a thick brow and she wears a massive war hammer on her belt. She's around 25, a veteran adventurer. Blasted a midsummer day, she says as she looks over the job board. You can see the problem immediately. There are so many new people, like yourself, that there weren't enough jobs to go around. You make your way through the throng and try to find something for yourself. Screw this, the large woman says, pushing through the crowd and going in the opposite direction. You notice that she has a plan, so you follow her. Radio button. Check. Struggle to next button. You follow the large woman away from the crowd of people. An experienced warrior like this likely knows how to get the best job. You reason. She notices you following and turns to confront you. Perception plus 3. What do you want? Answer honestly. A job. Answer boldly. Next, HMMMPFFF, she says, turning away and stomping onward. The relationship plus 3. You soon find yourself outside of town and approaching a small farm. Sir Grady's own farm isn't too far away. She goes to the front door and begins to knock. Yes. The farmer says as he opens the door. I want the caravan job, the warrior answers boldly. The job's posted with the Adventurers Guild, the farmer says, trying to close the door. The positions are filled, but you need me. I'm more experienced than the kids you're going to get. I know the roads. You need to tell the guild that you need another guard and hire me. You wince at the lack of tact, but surprisingly, the farmer nods agreement. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Another pair of guards might be a good idea anyway. The large warrior turns and sees that you are still there. Luckily, she doesn't set the farmer straight. You guess that this isn't to aid you in any way, but simply because she got the job for herself and doesn't care that you also got hired. The paperwork for the job is easy. Like many others, you had already registered with the Adventurers Guild. Sir Grady and several townspeople vouched for you. After having lived in Elmvale for the last 4 years, they felt confident in attesting to your age and that you hadn't been in the guild before. The next day, button. The next day dawns bright as you wait on the outskirts of town. Master Chet, your new employer, has a large flock of sheep and several farmhands to service them. Your job, as a guard, is to help escort the band across country to his pastures in the southern duchy of Eddan. It's a low-paying job, but better than nothing. You see the large warrior with the war hammer from yesterday waiting nearby. Introduce yourself. Say, you're a whole lot of woman. Radio button, unchecked, 2 of 3.
Oh, that option I've only done a few times.
Say nothing. Next, but, hello, I'm Randall, you say to the towering warrior. Thea, she says without looking in your direction. Thea relationship +3. Master Jet approaches you and looks over your equipment, but says nothing about it. I'll expect the 6 of you to keep within yelling distance, Master Jet says. If we run into trouble, keep the flock safe. If we make it to Lud without losing any sheep, I'll give you a bonus. The farmhands will see to the sheep, but you're responsible for keeping any predators away. Thea is in charge, so you follow her orders when I'm not around. Thea is the oldest of the guards. The other guards, like yourself, look very inexperienced compared to her. You guess that it is the first job for them as well. There is very little left to say as Master Jet speaks to his farmhands and the entire band begins to move out. You turn around and look back at Elm Vale, and see a small group of people waving to you and others. They are the family members of the 4 young guards, watching their sons and daughters as they embark on their first adventure. You are pleased to see Sir Grady standing among them. Among the faces, you see your friend Carla, who gives you a wave. Guarding sheep may not be a grand start, but it's a beginning. You straighten your shoulders and follow the others out of town. Begin the life of an adventurer. Button. Your new life as an adventurer was quite simple. The shepherds looked after the sheep and all you had to do was follow along and keep an eye open. Thea was a good person to work under. As long as you followed her instructions, things went well. After a long day of walking, you set up camp. Cast wards over the sheep to alert you for danger. Rick tried to convince the sheep. Take extra shifts. Set alarm sounding trip. Choose campsites bait. Do nothing special. Next, the wards work well, alerting the shepherds and the guards of danger. Master Jet is impressed by the magic and every sheep is accounted for each morning. Usually with a band this large, a few sheep would wander off or get taken by predators, but with your incantation, they are all kept safe. Magic +3.
Beat that.
The evening fires are social and entertaining. The shepherds and guards sit together, talking about their lives and about Lud, the city where the sheep are being taken to. The night sky is full of stars and the noises the sheep make are soft and sleepy. I have mixed feelings, Master Jet says. I'll be happy to sell off my flocks in Lud and retire, but I'll miss it. My wife will be happy when I return with the money. She wants to buy a big new house in Elm Vale. The other 4 young guards seem nice enough, as they politely listen to Master Chet. Thea isn't rude to her employer, but you can tell that she is bored with the mundane talk. She sits slightly apart, running her fingers along the haft of her enormous warhammer. Ask, where are you from, Thea? Put a hand, invite Thea, pick, try, go, next, the Norgan, she says, staring into the fire. The northern mountains are beautiful, I hear, you respond, remembering your geography lessons with poor old Harmond, your tutor. Geography +3 and Thea relationship +3. It's in the Bender Duchy now, she says. It's a reminder that the kingdom of Daria is no more. Do you miss the kingdom? You ask. The large woman shrugs her shoulders. A king or a duke, it makes no difference to the mountain's folk. Put a hand up, invite Thea, pick, try to go to bed. Next, you are in a deep sleep when you hear the woman's voice calling to you. You've been woken by this strange, disembodied voice many times in your life, but this time, the voice continues to speak even after you are awake. You open your eyes and see the roof of the tent you are sleeping in. Randall, the voice says again. Wake up. You see the ghostly image of a half-orc sitting inside the tent with you. Although her details are clear to see, she has a nimbus of blue light and a soft blue fog seems to waft from her body. She scowls as she looks at you.
I'll try. I'll try hard not to lose any sheep.
Randall, the voice, I see that I'm still too early, she says as she reaches out and takes hold of your face. The ephemeral contact contradictorily feels solid and fleeting at the same time. I see Audrey in your eyes, but your mouth is the same as Norbert's. Remember, you aren't limited by the body you wear. You will gain a lot of power once you realize this. Who are you? Who are Audrey and how did you get in my tent? What's happening? Next button. I can't tell you very much, she says. If I say the wrong thing, I'll create a paradox and this conversation won't occur. I'll try to reach you again when you return to Elm Vale.
I will definitely try not to lose too many sheep. Yeah, because I want that bonus.
The glowing woman fades away and you find yourself alone in the tent once more. You begin to doubt what you saw and wonder if it was just a dream. Unable to return to sleep after the strange visitor, your mind wanders to the new rune bag that Sir Grady had given you. The 4 stones in the bag are about the size of small radishes and covered with runes. 3 of them are glowing with mystical light, but the one that Susak stole from the royal treasury isn't. Your parents were against demon summoning, but were unable to stop the practice entirely, although they were able to restrict the practice to those licensed by the academy. Those who became licensed quickly banded together, becoming the consortium of planewalkers. The key to your parents' deaths and the destruction of the kingdom is connected to these stones. That doesn't mean that you have to learn how to work them, but it might help. It would be dangerous, but it might give you great power. Will you try to use the demon stones?
Not in this playthrough, I won't. In another playthrough, yes. Yes, I will.
Yes, I will No, I will Next button. You put the stones back into your rune bag and bury it safely in your backpack once more. It's enough to know that they are important to Susak without actually using them. Several weeks later, as everyone is setting up camp, you hear crying from the I forgot it. You recall the boulder. Tell the girl to use one of the spare sheet blankets. Radio. Tell the girl to stop whining. Ask for next button. She nods silently at your advice and does as you suggest. It will teach her to be more mindful of her belongings in the future. Good +3. One day, you find yourself walking near the front of the band. You are passing through the last forests of Udo as the plains of Eddan begin to take over the landscape. Movement between the trunks ahead of you catches your eye. The sheep are following behind you, walking calmly along the forest path. You hold up your hand and turn back to the shepherds. One of them sees the signal and halts the long string of animals. You spot Thea jogging forward to see why you call to stop. If you're wrong, you know that Master Jet will be upset, since it takes a lot of work to get the sheep all moving forward again. You know you have done the right thing when a large green man-shaped beast steps out from between the trees ahead of you. Troll! Thea yells as she draws her hammer. Cast a blast of fire at the monster. Attack the troll with your bare hand. Watch as Thea and run away from next button. You recall the perfect spell from your spellbook. You say the incantation and raise your hand, causing a small burst of flame to erupt from your palm. It strikes the troll in the shoulder, causing it to scream from the pain. Magic +3 in troll health -25 to 75/100. We need a fire. Thea says, the monster wobbles on its broken Arcana +3. Help the shepherds to keep the sheep from running. Radio. Build a fire. Conjure a fire. Radio button. Ignore Thea and attempt to immobilize the troll with magic. Radio. Ignore. Next. But you mutter the words under your breath and attempt to cover the troll with magical fire. Unfortunately, you haven't had the opportunities to learn combat magic as well as you would have liked. You still manage to do well, since fire is the bane of trolls. It falls to the ground in a blackened husk. Magic +3 in troll health 0/100. Thea pokes at the burned remains while Master Chet and the shepherds gather what they can find of the flock and begin to herd them into one location. The other guards help look for the missing sheep. You see the large warrior pull a small metal box from the troll's burned corpse. She turns it over a few times, glances at you and then puts it in her pocket. Your blood quickens in your veins as you realize what the box is. The band is exhausted at the end of the day when camp is finally set up. Master Jet walks among the sheep, trying to get a feel for how many are lost. Sheep -100 to 4,900 sheep.
Yay! Only lost 100 sheep.
Meanwhile, Thea is looking at the box she found on the troll. You didn't follow my instruction, Thea says with a friendly smile. But you killed the beast. The shepherds are already talking about you and the tale will spread.
Damn, I killed the troll. I'm a fucking mage. Sort of. I only lost 100 sheep, so I'm good.
The relationship +5. I know what the box is, you say. It's a Somrith welcome box. It's used to gain access to Somrith strongholds. You say, pass it to me. Don't. Next. Without a decent set of lockpicks, you realize that you'll never get it open. If you can get it open, you say, you'll find a map to the stronghold etched on the inner walls and a stone that will act like a key. Have you heard of the Somrith? You ask, to which Thea shakes her head. They have enormous cities across Daria. It was an amazing society of inventors and wizards. It was as though every member was academy trained. Nobody knows for sure what happened to them, but they are all gone now. Only the ruins of their cities remain. Trolls are strange creatures. Their regeneration makes guessing their age impossible. It's entirely probable that the troll was 1,000 years old. Whether it killed the owner of this box and kept it, or whether it was entrusted with the box as a guard or servant, we'll never know. The beginning of a plan starts to form in your mind. You won't get much money for the box. But, the consortium of planewalkers has deep pockets when it comes to Somrith artifacts. They would pay a lot for what we could find in the stronghold itself. You can tell that you've set the wheels turning in Thea's head. They aren't turning quickly enough just yet, but she is considering your words.
No, there is something I can do. There's another thing I could do if I was the right, person. But hey, this time we didn't lose 700 sheep. We only lost 100. So, better than what it was.
The next few days are uneventful as the forest dwindles into plains. It is much easier to roam across the flat land where it doesn't take hours to find sheep that wander off the forest trail. The life of an adventurer is much more difficult than you had expected. The troll attack had been intense. Your mind is filled with these thoughts when a movement catches your eye among the sheep on the far edge of the band. Call to Thea, rate, check, ignore, next, okay, let's go, Thea says as she takes a large hammer from her belt and walks with you to the edge of the flock. As you walk, you see a sheep disappear in the distance. This is immediately followed by another. Your keen eye notices the edge of a large grass-covered pit. Look out, you shout. Thea skids to a halt just before barreling over the edge. You approach the pit and look down to see the two sheep impaled on sharp spikes. Both are badly injured, but not dead. Thea gives you a grateful look, realizing that you may have just saved her life. Climb down the pit, use a rope to check, leave, next, next, you search the top of the pit to find a large rock to tie the rope to and then use it to enter the pit, Thea climbing down after you. You move among the spikes. The trap was obviously made by an intelligent being. Take the sheep out of, search the pit. Next, the grass-covered pit, a crack in the side of the pit's wall draws your eyes. You realize that it's a secret door. Tell Thea to open the door and let her deal with it. Spike the door, open the door, radio. Trap, take the, next, you open the door. Defend yourself with magic. Defend, next, you cast quickly, creating a shimmering shield between you and the spears. Thea steps forward with her large hammer to finish the fight. The kobolds are soon killed and left in a heap on the ground. Magic +3. The door opens to show a dart. Proceed in the dark. Cast a spell to create a return. Next, the spell creates a small ball of light for you to see by. Magic +2. The tunnel is shorter than you thought. You find a small living area with filthy sleeping pallets, a small table, and a few trinkets. There doesn't appear to be anything valuable in the room. Just when you think that there is nothing for you, a scream makes you turn toward a fourth-scaled creature, bigger than the others and wearing a necklace made from animal teeth. Attempts to wrestle attempts to kill it with a blast of fire. Next, you sidestep the creature and extend your hand. A gout of fire erupts from your palm, burning the kobold to ash. Magic +3.
Hee
The dead kobold has mostly the same things as the others. Lice-infested clothing and a useless short spear. The bone necklace looks interesting. You pick it up and realize that it is imbued with shamanistic magic. Gained necklace of nature. +20 nature. You climb out of the trap, taking the 2 sheep with you. You're alive. Master Jet exclaims as he steps toward you. He happily takes the 2 injured sheep from you and passes them to the shepherds rushing forward from nearby. The flock is carefully detoured around the pit and no more sheep are injured. The rest of the trip is quiet as you leave the forest duchy of Ugo and enter the plains of the Edan duchy. It seems hard to believe that only 6 years ago, all of these lands were a part of one kingdom, Daria, and under the loving care of your parents. The city of Lud, which was a busy trading town known for their horses, was still a thriving hub of commerce and trade. Continue forward. Consider double-crossing Master Jet. Next button. The next day, you arrive in Lud. It's a large city, much bigger than Elm Vale, but smaller than Tornassa. As it's a city on the plains, you see livestock and horses everywhere. You watch as the sheep are led into a field on the outskirts of town and counted carefully. First, your pay, Master Jet says as he goes over your Adventurers Guild contract. Your share comes to 100 gold. Master Jet is very pleased that most of the animals arrived safely. He happily pays you a decent bonus for a job well done. Thea is just happy to get paid and no longer be near sheep. Need gold +200 and Thea relationship +10.
Yes!
You say goodbye to Master Jet, the other guards, and the shepherds. Let's get a drink, Thea suggests as you walk down the dirty streets of the city. Say, okay, let's go. Say, sure, but first I'd like to drop by the local temple. Radio, next button. You and Thea enter a tavern. She buys a round and drinks half of her beverage in one large swallow. She then takes the box out of her belt pouch and sets it on the table. No more sheep, she says with an air of determination. I'm tired of taking on shit jobs. This is my chance to make some real money. She puts the box back into the belt pouch and looks you in the eye. I'm going to hire someone to open it, she says. Instead of selling it off and letting someone else reap the rewards, I'm going to hire a crew myself. There's going to be some cost in getting things started, but what do you say to being my partner? You realize that this could be exactly the kind of opportunity you've been hoping for. Become a partner, 100 gold for say, I don't have, next, this is great, Thea says with a large, show stats, Randall prescribed charm, 43, agility, 30 per abilities, endurance, 30 per perception, 43 per strength, 33 willpower, 20 per skills, archery, 10 per devices, 10 magic, 91%, blades, 10 per stealth, 10 unarmed, 10 knowledge, arcana, 87%, geography, 61%, history, 58%, nature, 50%, religion, 43%, relationship, Thea, 79%, inventory, a pouch on your belt containing 405 gold.
No, I don't have enough. Son of a.
No, back button. Arrangements are made and 2 rooms are booked. Thea finishes the rest of her drink with a large gulp before leaving the bar. You aren't sure how long it will take, but you know that sitting idly and waiting wouldn't be a good idea. With an entire city at your fingertips, surely someone must be hiring. Gold -20. Become a priest. Join the thieves. Become an apprentice wizard. Radio button. Check.
There we go. Here we go.
Work for the city guard. Work in the local lock. Find work as work at go next. But life in Lud is busy and hectic. Almost every aspect of business is connected to the raising and breeding of horses. It was the second day in town when you met a man named Kino. He wore the fabled star and moon inscribed blue robes of a wizard. He was young, for an academy-trained mage, perhaps only 40 years old. He had no beard, but his hair was already turning gray. He surprises you by walking up to you on the street and looking you up and down. You're radiating power, Master Hino says. You have some potential, but you're losing energy like a broken water jug. He explains that he has been hired by a local horse breeder to magically enhance the animals. He offers to allow you to become his apprentice. This is an enormous opportunity. If you excel at your studies, you may even be accepted into the academy itself someday. In return for these lessons, he has you casting minor enhancements upon the horses in his care in order to stretch his own magical energies further. He knows that you won't be staying in Lud for long, but the things he teaches you are priceless. Gained level in Wizard, Gold plus 10, Arcana plus 10, and Magic plus 15. The days in Lud go by quickly, and before you know it, you've been there a few months. One day, Thea abruptly enters the inn when you are eating your breakfast. "I got it open," Thea says as she sets the box in front of you. You were right. The key was inside it. You could see the map inscribed within as well as the small smooth stone etched with runes that you suspected would be there. Do you have a moment? You say yes. You snap next. Good, because I have some people I'd like you to meet.
Yep. Now I'm going to start doing wizard. So I had to do a scribe to become a wizard.
I have most of the provisions purchased for our trip to find the zombie stronghold, and I've hired 2 people to join us. In fact, there's one of them now. The door to the tavern opens, and then walks a figure in dark robes. It is a pale woman with black hair. Radio checked. Next. This is just Soul Way, Thea says. The woman is of average height with long shiny black hair, a single lock of bright white hanging over her eyes. Her full lips are ruby red and slightly apart. Her robes cling tightly to her gentle female curves. She has an arrogant look on her pale face and seems to be looking down her nose at you. You recognize the robes that she is wearing. She's a soul burner, a type of powerful wizard not affiliated with the academy, and perhaps even more controversial than the consortium mages. Extend your hand and wait for Jess to speak. Comment coldly. Ask next. The rogue mage nods and smiles coldly back to you. Jess relationship -3. We're lucky that Jess is free to join us, Thea says. Soul burners are powerful mages who sacrifice their own spirit to fuel their magic. Due to the fact that you must be born with the ability, the academy has very little say in how they use their magic. Although potentially powerful, many people feel that giving up their divine soul for magical power is evil. The door to the inn opens a second time. You can hardly believe your eyes. It's Petra. Memories of the time you spent with the young noble girl fill your head. You are shocked to see that she has grown into a beautiful and curvaceous young woman. Her freckles are still lightly scattered across her cheeks, and her light brown hair falls in luxurious curls across her slender shoulders. You notice her bright green eyes fill with recognition as she sees you. She is wearing the metal plates of a clerical order, but they are unable to hide her womanly figure and soft roundness. "Randall," she exclaims, rushing toward you and wrapping her arms around you. Hug her back quickly. Next, you hold her closely as memories of your childhood fill your mind. Petra relationship +3. It's been a long time, Randall. We have a lot to catch up on. You haven't been recognized as the lost heir of Daria before. You quickly see that there is no need to worry about Petra blowing your cover. The lack of honorific shows that she will keep your secret. I see you already know our cleric, Thea says. You watch as Petra's eyes narrow while looking at Jess. I won't travel with this abomination, your childhood friend says coldly. Say, come on, say, I agree. Check, say nothing. Next, Jess returns Petra's cold look with an impassive countenance. Petra relationship +5 and Jess relationship -5. I've already hired you both, formally, through the guild, Thea says, stemming any further argument. Sorry, Randall, I should have consulted you first. Very well, but I don't like it, Petra says. The rest of the conversation is filled with business. Your party of 4 has been gathered and you will be following the map to the potential zombie stronghold. Together, your group estimates that the destination is about 3 weeks away, back in the Duchy of Udo. Coincidentally, it's rather close to Elm Vale, the small village where Sir Grady raised you. That should do it, Thea says. Jess nods at this announcement and leaves the inn without another word. I'll see you both in a week, Thea says to you and Petra before following the soul burner out of the tavern. So, tell me, Petra says. How does the deceased Prince of Daria and heir to the throne end up looking for adventure in a seedy city like Lud? Interrupt the question with a firm kiss. Say, it's a long say, next, but you lean forward and press your lips against Petra's. I shouldn't have. You lean forward and press your lips against Petra's.
Okay, there we go.
At first, she tenses up and begins to pull away, but then you feel her entire body relax as she returns to her kiss. I shouldn't have done that, Petra says, looking away uncomfortably and pulling at the chain of her holy symbol. Petra relationship plus 10.
Give me a minute. Hello. Hello. I've done a little bit, but I'm also doing a stream at the moment. I'm playing through a game on my phone. So, yeah. Okay, I'm back.
You share your harrowing experience. You tell her about the fateful night when your parents were killed and how you escaped the castle with Sir Grady. You tell her about your life in Elmvale and how you met there while working for Master Jet. Finally, you tell her about your plan to find something at the zombie stronghold that would interest the consortium enough to grant you an audience with Alexander Tusak. Your secrets are safe with me, Petra says after you have told your entire story. I'll help you bring down Tusak and regain your throne. They are big words which underscore the enormity of your situation. You feel as though an enormous weight has been lifted from you as you finally have a confidant to share your troubles with. As a full partner, you help Thea purchase the remainder of the food and equipment that will be needed for the trip, using the money you have already invested. With this task complete, it is your last chance to buy or sell anything before leaving. In particular, you will need to buy a horse. Leave without do some personal shopping. Checked. Next button. You visit the temple. Radio button. Unchecked. 5 of 6. Don't visit the temple. Visit the stable. Next. You purchase and you turn and see Hino, your teacher. You aren't surprised to find him among the horses. Here to buy a horse? Zino asks. Let you look over the here to buy a horse? Zino asks. Let me help you out. I can get you a good deal. You look over, purchase a farmer, purchase a young tin, purchase a healthy go to the other horse traders, next, purchase a healthy riding horse. Needs 250 gold, radio button, unchecked, check, go, next, the horse looks healthy and of a good age, but not war trained. He seems like a good and dependable mount. Gold minus 250. The horse trader says that his name is Basil. Continue. Give next. You have 165 visit the done shopping. Next, you conclude your shopping and leave the market district. Embark on a journey button. It is a beautiful and sunny day as you wait patiently outside of the inn for the others to arrive. Thea is the first to appear from the direction of the stable yard. Her messy black hair hangs over her forehead in sweaty clumps. She is riding a big dark horse with filled saddlebags. Basil, your horse, nickers softly as they approach. Petra and Jess arrive at the same time, each of them on horses of their own. They are already arguing, but catching only the tail end of the conversation, you aren't sure what it's about. The freckles on Petra's face soften her stern demeanor as she turns away from Jess to greet you and Thea. Good, we're all here, Thea says as she puts her heels into the sides of the large black horse she's riding. The big horse responds immediately, leading your party out of Lud. Thea seems like a mountain in her saddle with her enormous war hammer hanging from her belt as her muscles ripple and flex. Jess seems so small, in comparison. Her slender body rests lightly on her horse. She looks up through her shiny black hair, which frames her pale face. Next to the soul burner is Petra. You can tell that she has been trained to ride a horse properly. She was always a good rider, but now she trots with a military bearing. The days go by, button. The troll had likely been carrying a box for many years, so you and your group don't push your mounts very hard. Each night, after the tents have been set up and firewood has been gathered, you find yourself with a few spare hours before it's time for bed. You spend your evenings talking about religion with Petra. You spend your evenings riding with Petra. You spend your evenings trying to learn. You spend your evenings working out with Thea. You spend your evenings sneaking into your companion. Next, the religious order that Petra joined encouraged all of their members to learn to ride. Petra says that she has dreams of someday becoming a paladin and gaining a holy mount to ride into battle. If she had said the details, the religious Petra relationship +5. Chat with Petra during chat with Thea. Next, Petra has become very serious compared to how you knew her as a child. Ask, will you help me fight back against Susak and his men? Ask, pick, enter, stop. Next, do you even have to ask? Petra, they were owned by Susak. They'll be registered in his name, you explain. I need something that's never been owned by a consortium member before. If I have something they've never seen before, they'll let me into the stronghold. What then? Petra asks. Say, I'll find a way to kill Tusak. Radio button, checked, 1 of 4. Say, I'll search for clues as to why he murdered my parents. Say, I'll learn what's so important about a demon stone that doesn't even work. Say, I'll find proof of his... Check, next, button. Will you eventually tell Thea and Jess who you really are? Say, it's safer if they don't know. Radio button, checked, 1 of 3. Say, I don't trust them yet. Maybe later. Radio button, unchecked. Say, it's none of their business. Next, but next. Stop talking to next. It was terrible. Had they just bowed down to the new Duke, everything would have been okay. But they couldn't, Randall. They just couldn't. They tried to get their lands back. I was just a kid, but even then, I knew that what they were doing was wrong. Petra relationship +3. Ask, what did they do that was so wrong? Radio button, checked, 1 of 5. Pick flip, enter, next. Petra looks down at her holy symbol laying on her chest. They tried to get help from a very evil man. They knew that he was a monster, but they hoped that the good they could do as noble would outweigh the evils of dealing with such a being. They were wrong. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Petra relationship +3. Pick flower. Enter pet. Ask. Stop. Next. How nice of you. Thank you, Petra says, accepting the flowers. She is silent as she rides, as though lost in thought. Petra relationship +5. A few hours later, Petra returns to you, the flower still in her hand. I can't take this favor, Petra says seriously, handing the flowers back to you. Enter Petra's tent during the night. Radio button. Ask, why do you hate Jess so much? Check. Stop. Next. But she's a soul burner, Petra says. The gods gave us our immortal souls as a gift, yet she chooses to squander it away piece by piece. Say, I agree. Radio say, next. Petra smiles at you, the freckles on her nose showing faintly from the light of the campfire. I'm glad that your morals are in the right place, she says. Petra relationship +5. Enter pet. Stop talking. Next. Chat with Thea during the trip. Radio. Check. Next. Thea takes the role of leader very seriously. She tells the group when to stop. Remark in a friendly way. Pick flap. Enter. Next. You got that right, she says in her deep rumbling voice. I ask, will you return someday? Next. But I can't, she says. It wasn't my fault, but the clan chief will never forgive me for the death of his son. What happened? I don't want to talk about it, Thea says, leading her horse away from you and ending the conversation. Thea relationship +3. Pick flowers. Enter Thea's tent during the night. Stop talking to Thea. Radio button. Next. Chat with Jess. Continue traveling. Next. The days are filled. What did you cast? You are all liar. No, I did not, Jess says in a cold and arrogant voice. Say, easy. Say, keep your evil magic. Checked. Next. Exactly. Petra agrees loudly, taking her hand away from her morning star. Petra relationship +10 and Jess relationship -10. The horses have a difficult time going through the thick foliage, but you can tell from the map that you're getting very close to your destination. There is some controversy as to what a particular symbol means on the map. Thea thinks it indicates a good camping location, just outside of the former Sumri stronghold. Jess thinks it might mean a marsh of some kind. Your knowledge of maps comes in handy as you quickly realize that the symbol indicates quicksand ahead. Stop. You shout. There's quicksand ahead. We better go around it. The warning doesn't come a moment too soon. Jess takes a stick from a nearby tree and pokes at the ground in front of her, sluggishly, coating the stick with wet sticky mud. You and your companions go around the danger, approaching the Sumreath camp from a different angle. Nature +3. A few hours later, you arrive at the destination marked on the map described within the Sumreath welcome box. You leave Basil, your horse, a safe distance away from what you found. The animals gather together to eat the dark green grass growing in the underbrush as you and your companions walk forward on foot. You see the consortium camp before you see the entrance to the Sunwreath stronghold itself. There are 6 guards sitting around a campfire with a tent nearby, black ruin bags on each of their hips. They are eating a meal and talking quietly to each other. Behind them, you can see the nearly white stone of a large circular closed door, the entrance to the stronghold. Even from your hiding place, you spy the small hole where your stone key would fit. Next to the door, there is a roughly hewn tunnel being dug. You can see pickaxes and shovels as well as the piles of rock and stone nearby.
No, actually, I have not. Though now that you mention that gives me an idea to do that. I'll probably do a playthrough of my own off stream and actually try to do that, because that might be fun.
Listen to the consortium mages. Charge forward. Conjure a noxious cloud to fill. Check. Attempt to open the. Wait. Talk. Next. The words tumble quickly and quietly from your lips. You see the greenish fog seep upward from the ground and grow into an obscuring mist. The guards jump to their feet, yelling and screaming in panic. Immediately, they become sick to their stomachs, spewing the contents of their bellies onto the ground. 2 of the guards are out of the fight while the others prepare for the oncoming assault as the poisonous cloud dissipates. Magic +3.
Suck it, bitches.
The remaining consortium guards split their actions in half as 2 of them reach for their rune bags and the other 2 for their swords. Thea's voice roars loudly as she rushes to your side. Petra is there too, drawing her shiny morning star from her belt loop. You glance over to see that Jess seems frozen in place. She isn't saying any magic words, but judging from the sweat running down her face and the look of concentration in her eyes, you guess that she is working her magic. Take a sword from one of the fall. Attack the closest guard with your hand. Attempt to blast the guards with a fireball. Check. Attempt to open the stand back. Next, the magic words spill from your lips as you weave intricate symbols with your hands. Small orange sparks gather and swirl between your palms as the magic builds. The sparks form into an intense hot ball in your hand. You pull it back above your shoulder and then throw. It explodes into the camp, throwing the guards in all directions. 2 of them clearly do not get back onto their feet, their corpses still on fire. Magic +3. Thea tries to smash one of the mages with her large hammer, but the guard dodges the near-fatal blow. Suddenly, Jess screams loudly. A twin pair of bright white beams streak from her eyes and connect directly to the eyes of one of the guards. The guard begins to scream immediately as a look of terror washes over her face. She drops to the ground, black holes still pouring smoke where her pupils used to be. The white beams vanish as Jess hangs her head in exhaustion. The remaining guard drops his sword and runs. Before anyone can do anything, he has vanished into the trees. Try as you might, you are unable to find him. Signs of the battle lay all around you, including the corpses of the guards. Take one of their swords, look in their rune, search the dead guard, get the others. Next, you take one of the dead guard's swords for your own. Gain the sword, look in there, search the dead guards. Get next, there isn't anything of any real value, besides their rune bags and swords. You gather the contents of their money pouches and add it to your own. Gold +62. Look in their rune bags. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2. Get the others. Next, but with no guards left, you get the others. You notice that Petra doesn't look toward the tent at all. Thea takes out the key and inserts it into the center of the circular door. It whirs softly and opens before you. Together, the 4 of you enter and watch as the large door closes behind you.
That was fun.
A soft white light springs into existence from above. Small spherical crystals have been placed along the walls on either side of the hall. You watch as these lights illuminate one at a time ahead of you, showing the way. You hope that Basil and the other mounts will be safe outside as you walk down the hall. The white stone walls are smoothed, the corners are masterfully cut. You've never seen such skill with stonework. You walk through bedrooms, lavatories, kitchens, and lounge areas. You see plates, blankets, chairs, hairbrushes, and all other manner of items. Hours pass as you stroll through the ancient stronghold. The one thing that is noticeably absent is corpses. Why did the Sumrids leave their homes? Why didn't they take anything with them? It is a mystery for the ages. Well, what do we take? Thea says gruffly as you walk. It's a good question. Mundane items might be sold for gold, but it would be a long and exhausting affair. Also, such regular items would never get the attention of the consortium or grant you an audience with Alexander Tsusak himself. Before you are able to say anything, the answer presents itself. What's that down there? Petra asks. At the end of the indicated hall, you see a cavernous, high-ceilinged chamber. The concentration of multicolored lights reminds you of the time you first saw Tsusak open his rune bag. The four of you walk toward it. You are surprised to find an enormous 20-foot statue in the center of the room. The bright lights come from a single demon stone embedded in the dais on which the statue stands. The rainbow of light from the stone is bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber. Try to pry the stone. Explain to the others what the statue. Next, got the man. See the medallion. Jess snorts at you. See the wet. Arcana +3. Try to examine. Next, got the stuff. Try to pry. Next, Thea nods approve. Filthy magic, Petra says. But yes, it will fetch a large price. If I use the coin for good, will it wash away the sins accrued from losing it upon the world? I guess that I'll have to wrestle with that moral dilemma, because yes, I think we should take it. What do we have here? A gurgling voice says from above. You look up to see a terrifying sight. The entire roof of the cavern appears to be covered with a massive oozing blob. Tentacles covered with eyes dangle down all over the place. A single large fan-filled mouth speaks from the center of the disgusting thing. 5,000 years, it says. At first, I hated the idea of killing someone to protect them from dead stone. But 5,000 years can change anyone's mind. The blob creature is firmly clinging to the roof, but its tentacles are everywhere, including within the stone itself. It begins to pull the ceiling of the entire stronghold down upon you while also reaching to grab you and your companions. Continue to try, abandon this. Next, move over, a chunk of seat now run. It's blocked, sure enough, the small I'm not leaving it, help you, leave, next, Thea, you fill your arm, you burst through the leaves and vines into the safety of the forest, your arm filled with valuable objects. The sound of crashing rock reverberates through the forest as the stronghold collapses behind you. A large billowing cloud of dust covers you from behind as the exit fills with rock. You walk through the forest and eventually find the entrance you used to get into the stronghold. It's now filled with rubble and debris as well. Thea happily packs her saddlebags with the treasure from the antechamber. She smiles over at you as you do the same. The other treasure will fetch good coin, but it's the unregistered Tybor demon stone that is the most valuable to you. With it, you will be able to gain entrance into the consortium compound and confront the man who murdered your parents. Elm Vale is only a few days from here, Thea says in an exhausted voice. Let's get a room and divvy up the treasure. I'm from Elm Vale, you say. I know of a place we can stay for free. The trip back to the town you grew up in is uneventful, except for the newly falling snow that marks the beginning of winter. You recall that the ghost said that she'd speak to you when you return to Elm Vale. Despite this statement, you don't see the strangely glowing half ORC anywhere and you start to wonder if it had just been a dream. As you ride, you come to a decision. You will need allies if you are going to confront Tsusak and regain your throne. It is just past sundown when you finally arrive. This works in your favor, since it allows you to go straight to the farm without being seen by anyone.
Yeah, got the stone. See, being a mage, I could easily win. We easily won that fight outside this stronghold. Now, being a knight, we could have won too. Being a few other classes, I could have won that fight too. But there's some classes that make it pretty hard to win that fight.
The cows and chickens are asleep and the small farmhouse sits quiet. Petra smiles at the sight. She is probably amazed to see where the heir to the throne of Daria had grown up. You knock on the door and Sir Grady answers. Say, it's so good to see you again. We need a place to stay tonight. Radio button. Demand. Say, next, come in. Sir Grady says. Sir Grady opens the door and lets everyone inside. He doesn't speak as he clears the kitchen table for everyone to sit down and gets out some food and drink. He studies there and his eyes go wide when he sees Jess, somehow knowing what she is. When Sir Grady sees Petra, his eyes go wider yet as he recognizes her from the castle many years before. You take a deep breath before continuing. My name is Prince Randall. I am the rightful heir to the throne of Daria, you confess to Thea and Jess. This is Sir Grady, my guardian. You continue to explain what happened on the night your parents were murdered and how Sir Grady rescued you from the castle. Thea's mouth hangs open in amazement as Jess listens silently. I need the demon stone we found. I plan to use it to get an audience with Alexander Tusak, the man who killed my parents and broke up my kingdom. It's true, Petra asserts. He is the lost prince. I grew up in the castle with him. The conversation over the next couple of hours is intense as Thea asks many questions. Jess doesn't say a word, but you can tell that her statement has rattled the soul burner all the same. Sir Grady seems surprised that you have revealed your true identity, but you can tell that he likes your plan of using a demon stone to get close to Tusak. Say, so that's why I need the demon. Say, so the demon's next button. Yes, Your Highness, Thea says. As a full partner, you get first pick of the treasure anyway. So sure, the stone is yours. The Tybor demon stone is already in your rune bag, but it feels better to treat it instead of merely carrying it for the group. No titles, Sir Grady says at the word Highness, as it is, too many people now know. Sir Grady, we need them. There's no way I can reach Tusak by myself. And if they're coming, they need to know who I am. This is it. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. You pause. Will you all come with me? Petra agrees to come almost right away. Thea isn't too far behind, whether for gold, fame, or loyalty, it is difficult to tell. Surprisingly, Jess nods in agreement as well. Very well, Sir Grady says. The 5 of us will go. We will need provisions and a guide. Vernex is a long ways away and the mountain passes have already filled with snow for the winter. We won't be able to leave until early spring, either way. Good, Thea says. That will give me time to sell the rest of the treasure we found. I guess we'll be staying here in Elmvale for the winter. Wonderful, Jess says dryly, speaking for the first time. Everyone gets out their sleeping rolls and lays them on the floor in the kitchen and the living room. You return to your old room, eager to sleep in a real bed again. No unit det show spec button. Strength, will, arctic, map, blitz, Sir Grady, Thea, 82, Petra, 100%. Back button. Everyone invite Petra to join. Checked. And go next. Yes, I would like that very much, Petra says seriously as she walks into your room. Sir Grady raises an eyebrow, but says nothing. Petra relationship +10. Petra is timid at first as she turns toward you. She takes off her metal armor, revealing the very feminine curves beneath. Her order is clearly not celibate as she takes a step toward you. She takes hold of the bottom of her shirt and begins to pull it upward. Take Petra into your bed with all such an act entails. Radio button. Say that you're religious. Say that you aren't rep. Invite her into it. Stop. Next. In the privacy of a room with an actual door, the years you've known each other culminate into a night of passion that is worthy of a bard's ballad. You get very little sleep that night. Petra relationship +20. The next day when you come out of your room, you're surprised to see Carla sitting at the table with Sir Grady. Randall, it's so good to see you again, she says with a smile. I told Carla who you are, Sir Grady says. She will be our 6th. Nobody knows the forest between Uno and Bender better. Even after the mountain passes have cleared in the spring, we'll need a guide to find them. Shy, timid Carla seems out of place among the adventurers, although you know that her skill with the bow will make her an excellent part of the team. Thea noisily slurps eggs from her plate as Jess sits quietly, waiting to hear what Sir Grady has to say. Petra also eats breakfast, but with much better manners than the large fighter. Say, Carla is a good choice. Say, Sir Grady. Say, next, but I'm glad that you agree, Sir Grady says before turning to Carla. You should have a few weeks to get ready. Make sure you get yourself a good horse. Sir Grady relationship +3 and Carla relationship +3. It is a little strange to be home again. The other villagers take your return well, happy to see a local boy becoming a success within the Adventurers Guild. The guild is told that the sheep arrived safely and that your first job is a success. In addition, Thea files the paperwork to show that the salvage mission is also a success. The details of where the party had gone and what they had found weren't recorded. As the days pass, Thea looks into selling the treasure from the Somri stronghold. As a partner, you take the Demon Stone as first pick for your share, but due to the fact that you needed it so badly for personal reasons, Thea offers you an additional pick. The only other thing that stands out as special is the square-cut gem. Take the gem as your let it next, but you take the gem. The instant your skin makes contact, all of your senses seem to heighten. You can see farther, hear better, and even smell things with more accuracy.
So this, the gem of seeing, or you could either, there's two ways you can get this seer. You can either do it with the gem of seeing and high magic and arcana, or you can do it with high perception magic and arcana. I've done the seer one before on a playthrough of my own, but that's for another time. Another time, another life.
Gain gem of seeing, +20 perception. Your share of the proceeds comes to 230 gold.
Do I have enough to do this?
Gold +230.
Wait, do I have enough to do this?
Everyone rests. Visit the stores. Don't buy any. Next, but you visits. You have 457 gold.
Oh yay!
Buy weapon. Buy. Visit the temple. Done shop. Next button. Done shopping. Check. Next. You aren't high. You do many. Talk to your companions. Get a job or visit Suuna. Visit Liebel. Get a job. Next. Although the area work as a town. Practice the exercises Hino taught you in Lud. Radio button. Check.
Boom! Become better at mage.
Get a job. Stop. Next. Zyno didn't have a chance to spend a lot of time with you, but he still taught you many things. These mental exercises increase your focus, mystical reservoirs, and efficiency. Another set of exercises train your fingers and body for the somatic components of your spells. Academy wizards spend a lot of their time training with these exercises, and even though you aren't in the academy, you realize that it's still good practice. Arcana +5, Perception +5, and Magic +5. You do many things during your time in
Never
Almea.
mind, that didn't work.
You study your magic with exercises in the mornings and spend your nights alone with Petra in your room. Talk to your companions. Radio button. Checked. Get a job or a hobby. Visit Suuna. Visit Joao. Leap next button. Joao is short of stature and has all of his wares in a small covered wagon. He has been across the 4 duchies and back many times doing business. His sister lives in Elmvale and is pregnant, so he is staying the winter to help her out and intends to resume traveling afterwards. He has many great things in his wagon that the general stores do not. Joao opens his wagon and allows you to look through his merchandise. Ask, how is your sister? Come back at night and look at Joao's merchandise. Sell artifacts to Joao. Radio button. Uncheck. 4 of 5. Leave Joao. Next. The peddler has a lot of junk in his cart, but among the garbage, you see a few things that might be put to good use. Examine the shield. Radio button. Buy a book of maps. Buy a history book. Needs 110 gold. Buy a book about numerology. Examine a book with the Academy logo on it. Stop looking at what he had. Next. The shield is made of metal and is covered in wounds. It glows a soft blue and vibrates slightly when you put a hand on it. It's magic, Joel says showily. The pride of my collection. Buy the magic shield for 700 gold. Need 700 gold. Dimmed. Look at what else he has. Next. Next. Stop looking. Examine a book. Check. Stop looking. Next. Shows app. Look at sell artifacts. Leave. Next. Zhao is eager. Sell the necklace of nature for 95 gold. Sell the gem of seeing for 180 gold. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 3. Stop considering. Sell the gem of. Check. Next. I know him. I know a man who's. Are you sure you wish? Yeah. Next. You sell Zhao the gem of seeing. Show stat. Show stack but rip help. Eat a screen stat achievement. Not your a spell. Your mount. A pouch on your belt containing 637 gold.
Okay, good. Then I can do that.
Next. Stop. Sell the next. But this looks very primitive. Jawala says as he examines it. Are you sure you wish to sell the? Yes. Next. You sell Jawala the necklace of nature. Gold plus 95. Necklace of nature. Minus 20 nature bonus from necklace. Stop consider. Next. Next. Leave job. Look at Jawala. Check. Next. The peddler has examined the shield. Radio.
I will
Check.
take this.
Next, the shield is made of metal. It's magic. Buy the magic shield for 700 gold. Need 700 gold. Radio button. Check. Look. Next, you pay the old man the gold and take the shield. It really does look impressive. You hope that it holds up in battle as well as Jawala says it will. Gain magic shield in gold minus 700.
Worth it. Normally, I would buy the books, but I wanted that shield mainly because I'm hoping to actually survive when I get captured, and then I'm going to be taking Tuya's Belt of Speed, which I will need and will be useful. And let's just hope it doesn't backfire. But, I guess we'll come to that when it comes.
Buy a book of map. Buy a history book. Needs 110 gold. Dimmed. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 5. Buy a book of maps. Needs 135 gold. Dimmed. Buy a book about numerology, tea leaf reading, and other dubious mystical phenomenon. Needs 100. Examine a book with the Academy logo on it. Radio button. Stop. Next, the book is easy to miss, having been squeezed between a few others. To your delight, you see that it is a primer from the Academy. These books are illegal to sell and aren't supposed to leave the Academy itself. Steal the book. Radio. Buy the book and say nothing. Needs 40 gold. Dimmed. Tell Jawala that the book should be returned to the Academy. Stop looking at the book. Next, I didn't even see that logo. Zhao says with enough surprise and innocence that you'd think he might be telling the truth. Will you return it for me? Lie in red, tell the truth and say, yes, I'll say, do it yourself. Next, he believes you and hands the book over. It will be tempting to read its pages, but you know that such laws are in place for a reason. Someday, you will get to the Great Academy of Wizards and return the book. Good plus 3. Buy a book of. Stop looking at what. Next. Ask, show stat, come back, look at job, sell artifact, leave job out. Next, you do, talked, get to job, visit to no, enough, visit job out, leave elm vet. Next, leave elm. Next, the winter snows have stopped and they should have made this statue bigger, she says.
Now, there have been playthroughs where I've gotten every single book, and it's been fun. But who knows? There might be a time where I buy all the books. I don't know. We'll have to just wait for future playthroughs. And if I do enough playthroughs and you start getting bored of it, just let me know and I'll change books or change games because I don't want to make this series boring because that just wouldn't be fun at all.
Are you the ghost of the great wizard? You're her, aren't you? Is this what next? Naturally, she says. I'm a projection from the past. Prince Kyle ascended the throne last month. You remind me of him. I think he's going to make a great king, much better than his father, whom I served for many years. Please, don't tell me anything about his reign. I've seen too. The blue mist continues to churl and flow from the half-ORC's feet as she turns away from the statue to look you in the eyes. The fact that I've gone through so much trouble to help you should show how important your future is to my plans. Daria is mine and it's in peril. If you fail, this entire plane of existence could be destroyed. The ghostly image of the great wizard walks around to the back of the statue and gestures for you to follow. She waves a see-through hand and you see the outline of a door appear in the stone. During another trip into the future, I saw that this statue would be erected in my honor, so I commissioned a vault to be built beneath it, she says. I will leave you some things to review. I've known your family's destiny for a very long time, Prince Randall. You are the combination of a great deal of work on my part. You had better succeed. What did you leave me? Wait, how do I get inside? What could happen that could destroy an entire plane? Checked. Next button. Before the ghost wizard can answer, you see a second cloud of blue mist appear. Your companion turns to this sight and raises her hands in preparation of casting a spell, but before she can do anything, the nightmarish creature steps forth from the new mist. It has gray skin that looks as thick as leather and its eyes glow bright red. A pair of yellow horns jut from its forehead and sharp teeth fill its mouth.
Hello, T-Dari.
It isn't time, your wizard companion says. How can you be here? Instead of answering, the creature turns toward the statue and slams its shoulder into the outline of the door. The statue shudders and the outline begins to fade away. No. The wizard shouts. It's reactivated the protective wards. I can't, ellipsis. The creature turns toward the wizard and growls. In a flash of fangs and claws, the beast jumps onto the translucent image of the half-ORC. The two clouds of blue mist slam into each other and explode outward with a loud concussive blast. You're thrown to the ground, and when you stand back up, you see that both the wizard and the creature have vanished. Even worse, the outline of the door is fading away. Search for a lever or switch, study the mechanism, and push your way through the use your spikes and hammer to Next button. You quickly wedge the spike into the crack and slam it with your hammer. The door shudders and groans. Although there is magic involved, the mechanism is also physical. You are able to use a second spike to wedge the door open a little further. By using a few more spikes, the door is slowly forced open enough for you to enter. The torches lining the walls ignite with red flame. You see a narrow staircase leading down into the wizard's vault. When you reach the last step, you find yourself standing in a large room that has many pictures carved into the walls all around you. You see that they depict various scenes from the famous wizard's life as an adventurer. Scattered across these pictures, you see gems of various colors. In the center of the room, you see a large stone chest. Across the surface of the press the gem. Try to recall the legend of the Elmvale Wizard. Next button. The exploits of Daria's greatest wizard is well known. You remember the order of some of her adventures and proceed to press the gems accordingly. Each time a gem is pressed, the corresponding gem on the stone chest glows as well. History +3. As you press the gem being held by the large dragon, the stone chest swings open. To your surprise, you see that it's completely empty. The powerful artifacts and bricks of gold that could have helped you with your revenge against Susak are missing. How is this possible? A voice says from beside you. You see that it's the Elmvale Wizard once again, although she looks nearly 20 years older. Where is the treasure? Where have you been? Why didn't you help me get next? But why didn't you help me get down here? Where have you been? Next, I don't know, the wizard says. Blast it. From your perspective, I was attacked by a creature a short time ago. It was from the far future. It wants events to unfold in a much different way, so it's been countering my attempts to help you. We've fought many times since then. The ghostly half ORC sits down on the stone chest and looks at you coldly. You have the potential to be as powerful as I am, she says with a calculating look. My tryst was kept a secret from the world, but my blood flows through your veins all the same. I suppose that this makes me your great-grandmother, with many other greats thrown in for good measure. Yes, that means that you have some half ORC blood in you too, but there have been so many humans between you and I that it's nearly imperceptible. Your ancient ancestor studies you carefully. This is very good news. This means that we are linked and I can cast this temporal projection spell many more times without using as much energy. That thieving beast may have foiled our plans today, but I'm not giving up yet. Unfortunately, I'm exhausted and have to return. We'll speak again. The wizard looks around at the various scenes that have been carved into the walls. A cruel smile spreads across her face as she reminisces about her past. This was all so long ago. I was still growing into my power back then, she says in a grim voice. Take the gems and become stronger. We will meet again. The wizard fades away, leaving you alone with the empty chest. You pluck the gems from the carvings, knowing that they'll fetch a good price. Gold plus 50. There is nothing more for you to do with the statue. It's time to leave Elmvale and find the mountain pass that will lead into Vernex, where the consortium of planewalkers makes its home. Carl sits on her horse, waiting for everyone to get ready. Sir Grady is also mounted, as are Petra and Vera. You aren't too surprised to see Carl's parents arrive just before you leave. They have no idea who you really are or what the full story is, but they hug their little girl goodbye and wish her well. Carl blushes in embarrassment until the goodbyes are complete and her parents have returned to their store. You are ready to go. You hurry. Next button. You have everything you think you need and join your friends. Basil, your horse, watches the other animals calmly, eager to get some exercise after a long winter of inactivity. A few weeks later finds you still traveling. Carla has shown herself to be a good guide, finding comfortable places to stop at night and never erring in direction. There were a few other early spring travelers on the road, but none of them the size of the large caravan you find yourself overtaking. The rear guards eye you warily as you draw near, but due to their large number, they seem content to let you approach. Ask, hail traveler, encourage, say nothing, next, button, verb, ask, what is this big, ask, will high champ, say nothing, next, but, don't know. We're going faster, there's another path, okay, your party picked, this isn't fast, say, I hope you, ask, are you sure this is, say, don't worry, say what you know about, next, button. Next, she better, although Carla is also the relationship -5 and Carla relationship +5. The small path event, Carl goes through her, you barely step inside when you see a small shrine, examine the shrine, ignore the shrine. Next, but there, I don't like that, despite the mountain, it's a good thing, the journey through the dark is much longer than everyone expects. Just keep going, Carl said. Listen to Carl, recall the history of the place. Ask Petra about the meat, study the corridors and see if any of them look different. Rick, study the sculptures for it. Next, the story depicts a great history +3. Say, hold on, ignored, next, this is, I want, despite the corridor, climb this, leave the, next, you, attack them with your soul, ask if Petra can cast a spell and throw ice ult, attack the skeleton, allow your, leave, next, you summon the magic and feel the power grow. Small flakes of snow appear around your hand as the temperature around you drops. A ball of ice forms in your hand and shoots forth. The solid impact shatters one of the skeletons into a cloud of bone chips. With the success of your attack, your companions step forward and join you. There's large warhammer is the ideal weapon for such an encounter and the fighter makes short work of the remaining skeletons. Magic +3. The platform sits silently with a pedestal in front of you. The folded black cloth looks to be a cloak of some kind. Search the platform for traps, radio but take the cloak, next, button. You carefully step forward and search the platform. There doesn't appear to be any traps or triggers attached to the platform. Devices +3. Take the cloak, next, button.
This is probably not going to go well.
As you reach health minus 100, darkness.
Nope, didn't go well.
Awaken the
Damn
blind,
it!
Regained. I told Carl relation. You can feel the deep gouges. The path onwards is much easier on this side of the Norgan
I
Mountains.
wanted that cloak.
The signs of spring are even more pronounced as you walk. Many of the villages and towns across the land would be holding their spring festivals about now. You see the houses of one of these small villages in a valley below you as your road meanders northward. The happy sounds of festivity drift up to your ears as you pass. We should stop here for fresh supplies, Carl says. I'm tired of dried meat and stale biscuits, Thea agrees. Some fresh vegetables and fruit would be good to have. Fruit and vegetables? Petra says to the big warrior. I thought you only ate meat? Ale is made from plants too, Thea says with a grin. I like ale. Say, a short next, the road down into the valley is hard-packed dirt, as most small village roads are. An hour later and you find yourself standing on the main street. The houses are all decorated with fresh blossoms and ribbons, as is a tall pole in the town center. A band of musicians is playing and many of the villagers are dancing. That looks like a general store and it seems like the proprietor hasn't closed up shop yet, Carl says, pointing to one of the buildings. I'll help you, Sir Grady says. You know that it isn't true. Sir Grady was indeed old, but he was in excellent shape. Jess and Thea agree and vanish into the crowd, leaving you alone with Petra. Ask Petra, would you like to dance? Watch the say, next. Petra nods solemnly at your suggestion and you soon find yourself amongst the villagers. Even though Petra is modest and reserved, you have a wonderful time. At the end of the song, a short fat man steps in front of the band with his arms outstretched. Everyone stops to listen to him, making you suspect that he is the village's mayor.
As far as I know, there's only one actual way to get that cloak, and it is being a knight. I haven't tried it as a guard, though. I could try that next. Guess I could do another playthrough and see if it works. Nope. Was thinking it was going to give me the option to use my magic shield, but guess that didn't work. There's also something else I'll be testing out too.
At this time I would like to invite couples to step forward for the album Eilear blessing. And for those of us who have lost the loves of our lives, we will remember our dear departed. All of the couples in the village gather in the square. Young or old, married or courting, all are welcome. The fat mayor, and the other widows and widowers of the village, come forward and place their golden wedding bands onto a sheet of black cloth under the decorated pole. Once the last ring is placed on the sheet, the priestesses of Philia fold it once and step away. They raise their voices in blessing, calling out to the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. You pull Petra into the square and hold her close. Radio, you stand where you are and watch the display. You separate, whisper, next. Petra stands rigidly in your arms due to the public display of affection, but she also allows you to take her into the crowd. She stands silently out of respect for the religious rite and respect for you as the priestesses chant and young children throw flower petals onto the gathered lovers. Petra relationship +10, religion +3, and charm +3. The hour goes by quickly and you are soon joined by the others as you continue your trip north. It takes another week before you arrive in Vernix. You can see the fabled city sitting like a jewel on the lake in front of you. Tall spires and grand towers sprout haphazardly from the city. A long queue of travelers line up to speak to the guards who control the harbor. Judging from their tired looks, it's clear that they've been waiting a long time. With no other option, you get in line like all of the others. State your business, the man says, looking at you with tired eyes. Say, I have an unregistered. Next, you take out the demon stone with the name Tybor written across it, watching as it flickers a bunch of rainbow colors. The guard perks up at the sight of it.
No, I wish there was a area to go back and do it, but that's why we got playthroughs. So you can do all the choices. If you make a shitty one, you can try again.
And pilfering of Somri's ruin, have you? He says.
Nope.
He reads the stone and writes the name onto a form. A few minutes pass as he fills in the administrative details. When he's done, he hands you the completed form. You have access to the compound, he says. Unfortunately, you can't go today. All normal business is on hold while the Dukes are here. Say, but if I had, say, surely a little, leave the guard, say, you're next. The guard looks at you with a curious expression on his face. You know you can't give away the unregistered stone, since it's your ticket for entrance, and you refuse to give up the demon stone that Susak stole from your parents on the night they were murdered. But, perhaps one of the others? Although they are registered to Susak, the guard would likely not tell anyone, since he'd be accepting it as a bribe. Offer the soft blue glowing demon stone, radio button, check. Offer the grayish-brown glowing demon stone, radio button. Next, the plain walker guard takes the stone in his hand. At first, you think he's going to summon the demon on the spot. But instead, he closes his eyes and concentrates while holding the demon stone. He then opens them and smiles. This demon has some power. I thought you were trying to pawn a duck on me. You got yourself a deal. Now, move along before I change my mind. Lost grayish-brown glowing demon stone. The crowd is only slightly thinner as you pass the guard station. You see that everyone is leading their horses into a series of large stables before boarding flat-bottom boats to ferry them across to the compound itself. The stable hands know their job well and take Bezel and your companion's mounts without question, handing you each a small metal token in return. You can see that the service is free of charge. Riding your horse for the past several weeks has been much better than walking. The ferry ride across the lake to the compound was beautiful. The brisk spring air came down from the mountains in the distance and swept across the water, flapping the flags which flew from the tops of the many towers throughout the compound. This was Vernix, home to the consortium of planewalkers. As you arrive, another set of guards check your paperwork before letting you off the boat. Well, what now? Aren't you going to the amphitheater? One of the ferrymen asks as he helps Sir Grady off the boat. The results of the vote are being announced to the city before criers are sent to the duchies. We missed the vote after all, Petra says after the man has left. If Susak is going to be making speeches, Sir Grady says, this is our chance to search his personal rooms. You're too old, Thea says bluntly. You shouldn't go. We should send at least 2 people, so they can watch each other's backs. Who do you want to lead the suicidal expedition into Susak's private quarters? Send Thea, Rick, send Jess, Rick, send Petra, send Carla, Rick. Next. Good idea, some muscle will be needed, Thea says, agreeing with your choice of a leader. Thea relationship +5. Who should come? Send Jess, send Petra, Rick, send Carla, Rick. Next, Carla simply nods acceptance, but you can tell that she feels insulted for being given the lackey position of the pair. Carla relationship -5. Thea and Carla step out into the crowd of people and disappear into the milling mud. I hope they find something useful, Petra says. While they're doing that, what are we going to do? Say, the votes are cast, so we're in no hurry now. Let's get a room first. Radio button, checked. Say, let's go to the amphitheater. Say, we have to keep up our cover. Next, but the office itself, unregistered demon stone? She inquires as you set the rainbow glowing demon stone with the name Tybor onto her desk. Tybor, she says, reading the stone and putting her hand on it. Her eyes suddenly go wide after a moment. Powerful. She leaves the desk for a moment as she goes into the back room. Several minutes later, she returns. You guess that she had been looking through her files to see if the demon stone had already been registered. The consortium will buy it for 250 gold, she says. Sell the keep next button. Thank you, she says, taking the stone from you and placing it into a small box. Lost Tybor demon stone in gold plus 250. She proceeds to fill out several forms, including writing something on the form you've been carrying. With your cover complete, you leave the office. Get a room at the inn, ready, go to the amphitheater, next, but it was easy to find the amphitheater. The last to arrive is High Chancellor Alexander Tusakowicz. Listen to cast a bolt of fire. Next, you summon the flames before anyone can do anything about it. Petra does a double take as she sees you throw the fire down toward Susak. You watch as it soars over the crowd's heads. Suddenly Tuya steps forward and in front of Susak. The movements of the large man are unnaturally fast, but not fast enough to stop the fire from striking his arm. Although you've heard the Axeman, Susak is still alive. Magic +3 and Tuya health -25 to 75/100. Prince Randall? Susak exclaims incredulously. Guards, bring these people to me. The guards rush toward you from all sides, pushing you down the aisle and onto the platform with Susak, Selena, Tuya, and the Dukes. Shout loudly, try to draw your sword. Say, Alex, try to cast a spell to kill Susak. Try to dive on Twix. Next. A hush falls over the crowd as people watch the confrontation. Before you are able to take another breath, you sense something solid wrapping around both of your arms and squeezing you tightly. It feels like muscular arms and you can hear heavy breathing down your neck. It's a demon, but this demon has a special property. It's entirely invisible. You struggle futilely in its grasp as Susak approaches. Hold your weapons or my demon will crush this imposter, he says, forcing Petra, Jess, and Sir Grady to stand by and do nothing. So, you're still alive, Susak whispers lightly enough for only you to hear.
I'm
Did
alive.
you bring me the demon stone you stole as well? You realize that he's right. You look toward the note. Say nothing. Radio. Next. Your eyes scan over the people, but they all look back at you in confusion and uncertainty. You read in present button. You find yourself in a small cell. You still have all of your equipment for now, but you know that it's only a matter of time before you are stripped bare. Petra, Jess, and Sir Grady are with you. The thick iron band door is locked tight. The hours slip by, making you wonder how Thea and Carla are doing. You hope that the entire trip isn't a complete loss. To your surprise, the door opens and you see Tuya. He's still wearing the thick leather belt covered in wounds around his waist and holding his axes. His arm is bandaged, but he grins through the pain. Standing behind him are 3 consortium guards. You never should have come out of hiding, he says to you. We have your friends, Thea and Carla. They failed and Susak gave them to Selena. They're already on their way to her dungeon in Brightwater. He looks into your eyes with a cold expression. Susak sent me to get the demon stone you stole from him. You will hand it over now, or I'll slowly break every bone in your body. You realize that he can't just take the demon stone, or the consortium rune back. You're holding it and will erase it and make it useless. Armandy's ice magic had torn Susak's rune bag, all those years ago. Whether it was great skill or a fluke, it can't be repeated. Their only option is to force you to open the rune bag and give them the demon stones. The Hulken brute takes a slow step forward, ready to begin his violent work upon you. Suddenly, Sir Grady slips around you with the grace and speed of a man half his age. He has his sword out and swinging toward Tuya's throat, intending to kill the man in a single blow. Unfortunately, the runic belt around Tuya's waist glows briefly, and he moves with an unnatural speed. Tuya's first axe draw your sword and punch Tuya, create a blast of electric. Next, Tuya is celebrating his victory over Sir Grade, which allows you to finish your spell. He staggers back with a grimace of pain on his face as your spell ends. Magic +3 and Tuya health -25 to 50/100. The large man is unnaturally fast as he raises both axes into the air with the intention of ending your life with an enormous double chop. You can see the two sharpened edges streaking down toward you. Raise your magic shield to block the blow. Rip, attempt to dodge the blow. Attempt to catch Tuya's. Next, the two axes crash into the shield. A lesser shield undoubtedly would have been sundered under the impact, but the magically imbued metal hardly even vibrates from the resounding blow. Tuya steps back and commands the three guards to rush into the small cell.
Douchebag!
It's not a very strategic
I
move
got a
as they are forced
shield,
to cram
bitch.
into the tight quarters with you and your companions. Everyone
Yes.
is cramped and has difficulty using their weapons, but Tuya pushes them in anyway. Jess's eyes began to glow as she summons her magic. Petra holds her shield before her and steps into a corner, saying a prayer to her god. Swing your sword at grab a guard, try to conjure a blast of force. Next, the magic words tumble from your lips, but the press of bodies makes it difficult to bring your hands into the correct positions. You are jostled again, which interrupts the spell entirely. There isn't enough room to cast in such a confined space. The good thing is that the guards have just as much trouble trying to draw their own weapons or demon stones. You feel the sharp bite of one of their daggers as it digs into your health -25. Jess's eyes flare brightly, burning a round hole in one of the guards' chests. One of the remaining guards reaches into his runeback Yama. The demon stab the guard, kick the demon cast a ball of force at the demon. Cast a ball of force, dodge it. Next, the demon pops like a balloon as your magic drives into it. Magic +3. Only one of the shards jabs into your arm as the demon vanishes from reality. Health -25. Petra called forth to her god. The remaining guards freeze in place, allowing Petra to smash them each in the head with her morning star, taking them both out of the fight. And now, you die, Prince, Tuya says as he whirls his axes about him with magical speed. As he steps forward, you notice how his rune-covered belt glows and shimmers, causing him to move faster and faster. He stands outside, take a hit and move and swing your sword, attempt to cast a widespread blast of Next, the Axeman can move as fast as he likes, but when the entire room fills with flame, there is nowhere for him to go. You see his clothing catch fire and his skin sizzle as he rushes forward and pushes you back, ending your incantation. Magic +3 and Tuya health -25 to 25/100.
Yeah, sorry, Tuya, but you're almost dead, and I'm a mage, so get wrecked, motherfucker.
The large man moves quickly, slipping inside of your guard and slamming an axe into your stomach. It doesn't feel like it cut deeply, health -25. The back of Tuya's other axe strikes Petra in the head. Her eyes roll up and slip behind. Swing your keep your hands up in a guard. Next, swing your slip behind Tuya while he Next, silently, you pat around Tuya until you are standing behind him. Plunge your sword, snap his neck. Next, the Axeman shudders as he falls to the ground, dead. Tuya health -25 to 0/100.
Got it! Yes! I did it! Yes! Okay. That was fun.
The large Axeman is dead. He had brought in the mercenaries that allowed your castle to be attacked and your kingdom to be torn
I'll take your
apart.
belt of speed, you
Selena
jerk.
may have been the one who poisoned your parents at Susak's bidding, but it was Tuya's mercenaries who made it all possible. Perhaps your parents will rest a little easier in their graves now that the man is dead. You pick up his magical belt and put it around your own waist, watching as it shrinks and stretches to magically fit your body. Gain belt of speed. You help Petra and Jess to their feet. Together, you flee the compound. Nobody stops you as you exit the building, finding yourself on the dark streets of Vernex.
Oh, there we go.
It's almost too easy as you board a ferry to leave the compound. The guards ask no questions. They are only worried about people entering the city. You go to the stables and hand one of the sleepy-looking stable hands your tokens. They bring out Bezel and the other mounts. Without a word, you saddle up and ride away. Gain Basil and lost mount token. You can hardly believe that Sir Grady is dead. It will only be a matter of time before Alexander Tusak finds out that Tuya has been defeated and sends men after you. He now knows that you are alive and he will stop at nothing to kill you. Although you'd like to rescue Thea and Carla right away, you know that this is exactly what Selena and Susak would expect. Your only chance to save your friends is to wait for your enemies to let their guards
Time
down.
to go to the
You also need time
academy.
to recover and to regain your strength. You pull the hood of your cloak over your head to protect your anonymity and glance back at the island city of Vernix as you ponder your future. We will make them pay for this, a voice says from beside you. You turn to see the ghostly image of the Wizard of Elmvale looking back at Vernix. She looks much younger than the last time you saw her. You realize that she hasn't yet experienced the theft of the treasures below the statue. Your companions don't seem to notice your time-traveling visitor from the past. Things will get much worse before they get better. I've just come from your future and I managed to help you through a difficult task. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to aid you in the exile you must now face. Grow in power, Prince Randall. The half ORC fades away and the blue mist vanishes with her. Legacy Advantage. More story/perks will arrive in Lost Air Part 2 and Lost Air Part 3. There are a few paths you could take. Consider traveling east to the Academy of Wizard. Checked. Next, you could take the Academy textbook back to the Academy. As a wizard, you could fulfill every magic user's dream and actually enroll in the Academy. Zyno, your master, would surely vouch for your abilities. Undoubtedly you would find your familiar there as well. It would also be a good place to hide from Susak while you figure out what you want to do. Travel to the Academy of Wizard. Consider next, but one of us should go to Selena's castle in case she decides to execute Thea and Carla before you are ready to rescue them. Petra says as Jess nods in agreement. As long as they are safely in the dungeons, we can wait for your return. Take Petra with you and take next. Jess nods in understanding, separating from you and Petra. The sun begins to rise in the west, illuminating the many carts carrying the newly made demon zones to villages and towns all over the former kingdom. What is Susak's grand plan? What will he gain from giving demon summoning to the people? What is so special about the demon stone? With Petra at your side.
Really?
Scroll lock on. Dialog open Microsoft Edge Developer Tools. StreamYard document.
Shut up.
Devices 13 per mage step archon geography 66%. Back button. Back button. Your skill in magic. Your skill with blades. Your skill in moving silently. Your skill in fighting without. Your knowledge of the arcane has grown. Your knowledge of geography has grown. Your knowledge of history. Your knowledge of nature. Your knowledge of religion. Next. Your knowledge of locations and maps have become even greater. Not only do you know more about distant places, you have also learned the best ways to get there.
There we go.
Legacy advantage number 7. Geography plus 20. More perks will arrive
Yeah,
as the story progresses.
89%.
With the message delivered, she fades away. You feel that you are ready to take the final tests for graduation. Thanks to what you had learned before coming to the academy, you are much further advanced than other students your age. The exit tests go quite well and you are given your robes showing that you are a graduate from the academy. The magical garments are bright blue and covered with yellow stars and moons. You hope that with the message delivered, she you feel that you are ready to take the final tests for graduation. Thanks to what you had learned before coming to the academy, you are much further advanced than other students your age. The exit tests go quite well and you are given your robes showing that you are a graduate from the academy. The magical garments are bright blue and covered with yellow stars and moons. Gain academy graduate robes and magic plus 2. You hope that the time away has lowered Selena's guard and will allow you to break them out of her dungeon with less risk. Petra agrees, and you decide to set out in hopes of rescuing your companions. You pack up your belongings and head toward Brightwater, which is also in the Duchy of Duumin. The beautiful city on the Silver Sea where Selena now rules is only a few days away from the academy. It will be good to see Jess again after a year's absence. Your horse, Basil, is happy to be moving again as Abigail flies overhead. After a few days of travel, you and Petra find yourselves approaching a small village named Dopton in the heart of what used to be the Kingdom of Daria. It looks much like every other small town you have ever seen. Continue on your way. Visit the shops along the main street. Radio button unchecked. 2. Next, the small town. You have 477 gold.
Ooh.
Buy weapons. Radio button checked. 1 of 6.
What to do?
Buy equipment. Buy from the Thieves Guild. Radio button. Visit the stables. Visit. Next, you are purchase a fully trained warhorse. Purchase a fully trained. Consider sell. Go next. The horse accepted. Next, you watch it. Gold plus 150. You purchase a fully trained warhorse. Needs 500 gold. Radio checked.
Give me that.
Go next.
Hi-ya.
The horse is young and in excellent shape. He has been trained by a talented stable master and will never shy away from loud noises or combat. Gold minus 500. The horse trader says that his name is Daredevil. Can give next.
Of course it
you
is.
have 127 gold.
Of course. Of course this. Yep. Of course this.
Buy weapons. Buy equipment. Buy from the. Visit the stable. Visit the town. Done shopping. Next, as you walk through Dopton, creatures raid, draw, cast, throw, cast a shielding, throw. Next, a shimmering blue sparkle twinkles all over your body as you step into the common room. You see a very angry fat man yelling at a disheveled thin man, jamming his pudgy finger into the other's chest as he speaks. Judging from the white apron, you guess that the man yelling is the bartender or owner of the establishment.
The horse's name that I just got, the war horse, his name is Daredevil. That's what I was laughing about. Of course, it's named Daredevil.
It's clear that they are having a disagreement, but based on the passive faces of everyone else in the room, you determine that nobody is fearing for their lives. The two men continue their discussion, ignoring your presence. I'm good for it. The thin man says, your bar tab was a bystander link. Sherman here. The demon drank first. Sherman argued. But they can't get drunk, so it forced me to drink. I couldn't have drunk a full barrel all by myself. I'll chop the rest of the wood and a bit more to pay for some of the. Say, what's with all of the demons? Say, Sherman. Say. Next, Sherman nods vigorously at your words. Fine then, just do the work you owe me, including the portion you drank, Bill says, attempting to get at least some payment out of the situation. You watch as stop him, say next, keep good +2, say, don't use a demon, say, let us chop the wood, say, let me pay your tab, say next, it really? You do that for me? Gold -60. The townspeople, sad that they won't be seeing a humiliating summoning failure, return to the common room of the inn along with Sherman. You can hear Bill's happy shout of surprise as the tab is paid in full. Good +5. You leave the tiny town and continue on your way. Onwards to Brightwater, but the city of Brightwater is as marvelous as the stories say. An assortment of narrow towers and precariously high bridges rise high over the coastal city. The sparkling blue water to the east fills the air with a clean, salty smell, and the cawing of seabirds joins the background sounds of the city. Selena has chosen her duchy well. Not only is the eastern part of the former kingdom of Daria beautiful, the capital of the recently forged Main Duchy has one of the most defensible keeps in the land. The tall towers of the Great Brightwater Keep are even higher than the rest of the city, although you know that your destination is far beneath the walls, in the dark dungeons of the keep. This is where Thea and Carla are being kept. Petra leads you to an inn called the Siren, where you rent a room to plan the prison break. Randall, a familiar-sounding voice says, causing you to turn. You see Jess coming toward you. She nods, acknowledging your presence. Although the two of you aren't great friends, you can tell that she is still glad to see you alive and well after a year apart. Together, the three of you go up to your cramped room to discuss how you are going to free your companions. Before we get to work, Petra says, I think we should say a prayer. Say, that sounds like a good idea. Say, next, Petra closes her eyes and prays to her God for aid in making a good plan to save Thea and Carla. Let your holy next, the prayer lasts. Petra relationship +3 and religion +3. Before any rescue attempt is made, you'll need to know exactly where your friends are being held. Sneak into the cast a divinations. Learn who to give up. Next, you cast your spell of clairvoyance and use it to look through the offices and the dungeons themselves. You are appalled to see that many of the prisoners are being held in unlit cells, which stops your magical sight as well. Eventually, you find a solid-looking door with a pair of guards standing in front of it. They mention Carla's name. After a few minutes of spying on them with your magic, they mention Thea's name as well. There is no doubt, you have found your friends. Magic +2. I found them, you say out loud as you rub your tired eyes. You spend nearly a week gathering information about the dungeons. In addition to finding out where your friends are being held, you learn many other useful things. The warden of the dungeons is an obese man named Bunta. Rumor says that he isn't entirely human, that he has ogre blood in his veins. Bunta is 7 feet tall and weighs over 500 pounds. They say that he has the only keys to all the cells, and because of his enormous size, he never leaves the dungeon. With a foul temper and perverse haste, the monster in charge of guarding your friends will need to be dealt with for you to be successful. But first, you have to get down into the dungeon. Wait for night and sneak in. Learn what you can about Bunt. Learn what. Next, but it seems that everyone in Brightwater has a horror story to tell about their local bogeyman. The common elements in ask the man to send one of you, leave the alley and next button. It takes charm +2, so you want to break someone out, the man says as he cleans his fingernails with a sharp dagger. You know what? Say, Jess will. Say, Petra will. I will. Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 4. Give up on the next. I will not. This Jess relationship -3. Say, Petra will. Radio but I will. Radio but give up on the idea of use. Next. There are other ways to proceed and you return to your room to consider them. Wait for night and return. Next. But you, Petra and Jess wait until the wee hours of the morning. Carefully, you go to the door that leads down into the dungeons. You aren't surprised to find it locked up tight. This is merely the exterior door that keeps out people who shouldn't be there. The real attempts to unlock the door. Radio. Cast a spell to blast it. Smash down it. Look at the loose brick beside. Check. Return. Next. Try to cast a spell of silence on the door. Radio button. Next. But really? Jess scoffs as you remove the brick and retrieve a key to the door. Are these people that stupid? Remarkable. You put the key into the lock and it pops open immediately. Perception +2. The tunnel leads straight down. Every step you take seems to make the air damper, smellier and more oppressive. You follow the many branches all the way to your destination. You know that you are very close, but as you open the second to last door, you receive a terrible shock. It's a small guard room with a dirty pot, a wooden table covered in dirty dishes, and the fattest man you have ever seen. Rumors of Bunte's ogre heritage seem very real as the slug of a man turns his head toward you. He is wearing the warden's uniform, but holds no weapons, although a large crossbow hangs from his hip. A squeak from the cot catches your attention. You draw your sword and try to punch Bunto, summon flames to next. The fire washes over the blubbery warden and causes a terrible smell to fill the air. Magic +2 and Bunto health -50 to 50/100. Bunto interlocks his big fingers and cracks them before taking a lumbering step toward you. Swing your punch bunt. Cast a bolt of electric. Check. Next. You are in mid-gesture when the fat man catches your hand in midair and grins. The spell breaks without going off as he steps closer to you. Grab Bunte's wrist. Call out to Petra for help. Call out to Jet. Next. Button. Petra uses the distraction to slam her morning star against the back of Bunte's head. It strikes the fat man with a sickening plunk. Bunto health -50 to 0/100. You catch your breath as you look around the fat warden's room. A small lockbox under the cot gets your attention. It looks like Bunto had been stealing precious mementos from his prisoners. When you pry the box open, you find it empty. But as you look closer, you realize that what you had first thought was a very dark shadow is actually a cape. You pull the cape of shadows from the box and look at it in amazement. There is no way to know who owned the valuable artifact, and its owner is likely dead now anyway. Gain the Cape of Shadows and gain +20 stealth bonus. The boy on the bed watches on and says nothing. Petra staggers over to the body and takes the keys from the fat warden's corpse. Leave the child. Take the child. Next. The boy. Good +5. You leave the room and go directly to where you know your friend's cell is. Using the key salvaged from Bunte's corpse, you unlock the door. The inside of the cell makes your heart drop into your stomach. We're too late, Petra says soft. That's half true, a calm voice says from behind you. You see a man you see a woman. Next, but the woman stands at a very respectable 6 feet tall. She has a serious look on her face. She wears a long sword on her hip and her chainmail looks meticulously well oiled. Her brown hair is of medium length, functional yet stylish. Her movements are graceful and you can tell from her athletic build that she is in excellent shape. You see Petra grip her morning star tightly and turn toward the newcomer. Jess also looks prepared to fight. Hold on, Randall, a gruff voice says. To your surprise, you see the hulking shape of Thea step around the woman in the chainmail. The mountain woman's hair is longer than you've ever seen, even she's wearing dirty rags, but otherwise she seems healthy. You look around for Carla, but don't see her. Everyone will be glad to learn that Bunto has finally been put down like a dangerous dog he was, the unknown woman says. Hurry, we must go before more guards come. The child is coming too? The silent boy says nothing but Petra nods in answer, indicating that you are bringing the young prisoner with you. Stop, a voice commands as the cell begins to glow with a soft blue light. You see that the Wizard of Elm Vale has returned. The woman in chainmail pauses as she sees that you are distracted with something. It's clear that only you are able to see and hear the operation.
Yep. I might have to try something on another playthrough of mine. God damn it, I'm giving myself so many playthroughs. Ugh. But hey, it's better for me to do these than actually figure out what shit works, I guess.
The half ORC studies the wall of the dungeon with great care. I used a very powerful spell here. It was very long ago, but that shouldn't matter. For some reason, it didn't activate. You look at the wall and see that several runes have been carved into the stone. I'm sorry, she says as she shakes her head. I had hoped to give you some help, but it appears that the time-traveling creature whom we faced in Elmvale is still countering my actions. I will have to think more upon this. The wizard vanishes, taking her blue light with her. We must go, the woman in chainmail says again. Together, you walk quickly through the dungeon tunnels until you are standing before a blank wall. The woman pushes a brick, and to your surprise, a large section of the wall swings open to reveal a secret passage. You are led through the hidden pathway until you surface just outside the outer wall of Brightwater's keep. You walk through the dark streets until you reach a small, nondescript house. Once you are inside and the door is closed, Thea smiles happily. So, this is Prince Randall, the lost heir to the throne of Daria, the woman says as she takes a seat at the wooden table in the main room while Thea does the same. Say, yes, and you are? Say, who are you? Say, where's... Say, next, this is Bryn, captain of the city guard of Brightwater, Thea explains. There was a demon hidden in Susak's room, Thea says. It caught Carla and me almost immediately. Susak had no use for us, since he caught you right afterwards. He gave us to Selena. Randall, you were right to not have tried to rescue us right away. After you escaped Susak, Selena turned the dungeon into a big trap for you. She is an evil woman. She poisoned Carla and me every day. Hallucinations, burning pain, nausea. I have to admit, we both prayed for death to take us. Unfortunately, Carla got her wish and died in that cell. As weeks turned to months, Selena's attention was drawn elsewhere and soon she stopped visiting me altogether. That's when Bryn rescued me and brought me here. Bryn clarifies, I couldn't just release Thea, or Selena would have tracked us down, recaptured Thea and killed me. I brought her here, instead of leaving her with Bunta. I bribed him a lot of gold to do this. The occasional times that Selena wanted to interrogate Thea after those first few months, I used a secret passage to return her to the cell. It hasn't been that bad, but honestly, I'm looking forward to not having to roll around in mud at a moment's notice and rush back to the cell. Ask, what now? Ask Bryn, what do you get out of it? Ask, what will stop you? Say, thank you for, say nothing, read, next, but, say, next, but Prince Randall, Bryn says as she looks at you with her serious eyes. I have served Brightwater faithfully all my life. Selena is a monster, but she is the legal ruler. I had to obey her commands. But now that you are here, I have a glimmer of hope in my heart. You are the rightful ruler and I am your most loyal subject. Here and I will help you in any way we can to regain your lost kingdom and to reunite the kingdom of Daria once more. Jess appears bored as Petra listens to Bryn and Thea with a rapt expression on her face. Meanwhile, the young boy has fallen asleep on the floor next to the fire. The talk continues through the night as a plan is laid out before you. You learn that Selena is in Tornassa, where she has been spending a lot of time over the last year. The red-haired poisoner has been seen exclusively in the company of Duke Otto, the ruler of the westernmost duchy, which holds many important cities, including Tornassa. The short, pockmarked duke with the bulging eyes is known to have a shrewd mind, so uniting the duchies of Duumane and Otto could have been either of their ideas. Either way, it means that Selena is not currently in Brightwater and gives you a great opportunity to steal away. Think about any consider how other countries say, it is my God's gift. Ask, any suggest, next, a grand council, you say, remembering your lessons with Harmond. I could still be proclaimed king if the lords and ladies of the Duumane duchy acknowledge my right as heir and accept my claim over Selena's. History +2 and Bryn relationship +2. We will need to move quickly, Bryn says. As soon as Selena hears of the vote, you can be sure that she'll hurry back here and put an end to it. A fast rider would take a week to get to Tornassa, and Selena would take a week to get back to Brightwater. I will call for a grand council in 2 weeks' time, so Selena will have no chance to stop us. There won't be enough time to speak to all the nobles, Thea says.
Because the way that I have it set up is not really suited for what I was going to try. Because me being a mage won't really help with the Cape of Shadows.
He won't need to, Bryn says with a serious face. There are 3 lords in Brightwater who are the most influential. If you can gain their support, enough of the other lords and ladies will follow their lead. You talk late into, you wake up early, begin meeting, visit the shops, next, but with only days until Grand Council, 14. Decide what to do with the child you saved in the, speak to Lord Vale, General of the Eastern Armies, radio, speak to Archmage Kamari, head, speak to Lord Tove, spend time speaking to the other Eastern Lords and Ladies, radio button, unchecked, 5 of 6. Check, try, next, but Bryn's plan was to text field. Insertion 4, 5, 5, go. You visit the Lords and Ladies of the East. You introduce yourself to several of them and learn about their thoughts and concerns. Days until Grand Council, 9, decide what, speak to Lord Vale, General of the East, next, button, the text field. Insertion point cap F, cap E, cap R, cap A. A-U-Y-Y-M-L-K-I-U-I-O, O-B-N-D-D, go. Details. Send Raymond to an spend a day preparing a spot in your, kick the shot, send, ask next, button, next. Raymond is no trouble and never speaks. Good +5 and lost 1 day. Days until Grand Council, 8. Speak to Archmage Kamari, speak to Lord Tove, spend time, next. When you ask Bryn where you can meet the Archmage, travel to the, stay in, next. The trip up the coast from Brightwater to the Academy of Wizards is uneventful. Lost 2 days. It hasn't been very long since you left the academy. You go directly to the main tower itself, where you had been living for the past year. Your blue robes with the yellow stars and moons make the students part around you with respect. It is a feat of magical engineering that can be found nowhere else. The tower is unnaturally tall, disappearing into the clouds high above. Now that you have let the world know that you are the lost prince of Daria, you are given no difficulties as you are granted an immediate audience with Archmage Kamari himself. Well met, Your Highness, the Archmage says cautiously. Thank you for paying me this visit. I must say, I am surprised to find out who you really are. You stayed with us for a year without me suspecting a thing. Archmage Kamari relationship +5. Days until Grand Council, 6. Ask, what can I give the Academy and returns, next. Give the magic shield, give the Cape of Shadow. Check, chain, next, incredible. Archmage Kamari says as he accepts the magical cape. Lost the Cape of Shadows, Archmage Kamari relationship +15 and stealth bonus -20. Give them, change your mind. Check.
Yeah, I'm keeping that shield.
Change your mind and give nothing. For now, radio button. Check. Next. Days. Ask. Give. Next. I appreciate your candor, Archmage Kamari says. Your parents were always very respectful of the Academy's relationship to the nation. There is only one thing that we truly desire, and that is our own autonomy and independence. Would you be willing to sign a legal contract saying that you and your successors will never try to command or annex the Academy in any way in perpetuity? Historically, the Academy has always been apart from the kingdom. This has been more of a tradition than a law. To write up such a document would severely tie your hands when it comes to dealing with the Academy in the future. But, if you can't get the votes to become ruler, agree and sign. Next, Archmage Kamari is obviously thrilled when you agree to sign the document. You know that you have pretty much assured his vote in the Grand Council and that he will lobby for the other lords and ladies to vote for you as well. Only time will tell how big of a concession such a document will be to you and to your future heirs. Archmage Kamari relationship plus 30 days until ask, is there anything? Give the next. Well, there is one thing, Archmage Kamari says with a slight hesitation in his voice. But say, just tell me, say, then why, next, have you heard of the staff of the Archmagi? He asks rhetorically. It's a mighty staff that has traditionally been held by the Archmage of the Academy. About 50 years ago, a coven of necromancers were found working in the Academy. When they were discovered, they went to the Archmage's quarters and tried to steal the staff. Fortunately, the wards on the staff stopped them from taking it, but in petty retaliation, they cast a ward of their own over it. Follow me. Archmage Kamari leads you through the tower and into his own chambers. In the center of the room, on a pedestal, you see a staff. There is a black shadowy cloud hovering over it. The Archmage puts out a hand to hold you back before you touch it. The warding is similar to the touch of a wraith. It drains the life of a person. All of our attempts to break the spell have been futile. If you could get the staff free, I would be forever in your debt. Days until grant. Spend a day study the pedestal for a mundane way to attempt to take the staff without use a stick to knock it. Attempt to dispel the necromantical. Check. Stop. Next. You have an idea to break the spell. Archmage Kamari asked to be present when you made your attempt. Call for the Archmage. Next. You weave a complex net of positive life energy. The ward immediately attacks and weaves, as you knew it would. While the necromantic spell is occupied, you cast a subtle mix of counterspells onto the root of the spell. The shadows dissipate almost immediately as you complete your powerful incantation. Magic +2 and Arcana +2. Amazing. The Archmage says as he reaches out and takes the staff. You have done myself and the Academy a great service. Thank you. Archmage Kamari relationship +20. Days until Grand Council, 4. Give the Academy and return to Brightwall. Next, but Archmage Kamari thanks you again for coming to the Academy to speak to him. He is an intelligent man. He understands your predicament and your ability to have the vote finished before Salida returns. Archmage Kamari relationship +5. I will be there for the Grand Council, he says. Days until Grand Council, 2. Speak to Lord Vale. Speak to Lord Toad. Spend times. Try to. Next button. Show stats. Endurance, perception, 55 strength, 38 willpower, skip arc device, net blades, stealth, unarmed, not arcana, geography, 86 history, 81% nature, 30 religion, 40 relationship, Petra, 100 Jess, 19 Thea, 77 Bryn, 62 Lord Vale, 50% Lord Tover, 50 Archmage Kamari, Raymond, 80% your mount, a fully trained Abigail, your fire rake familiar. Inventory, a pouch on your belt containing 67 gold, back button, spend time, try to find out which note, speak to Lord Tover. Next, Lord Tover is a thin short man who wears glasses. Despite being a noble, Lord Tover is a diligent and extremely intelligent clerk. As master of the treasury, he knows how taxes work and knows where all of the money is spent. His office is kept meticulously clean and organized. He stands up as you enter and gestures for you to take a seat opposite his desk. I am honored to meet you, Your Highness, he says. The treasury is not well. We have as many liquid assets ready as we can for emergencies, and we have begun work on a few infrastructure projects. It's a precarious time, but we are managing. Selena discourages the use of demon summoning in Brightwater, so we aren't having the same troubles as the rest of the 4 duchies, but she is still bleeding our resources dry. Discuss war spending. Ask Lord Tover what you could do to assure his vote. Radio. Ask Tover if he can teach you any magic. Speak to someone. Next. The treasury is always a house of cards, the bespectacled man says. Taxes coming in, payments going out. I would be much happier to have a ruler who understood this balance. Discuss war spending. Study the books. Radio. Ask. Next. You look over the books and immediately you have a good understanding of how they work. Lord Tover seems happy at the prospect of having an intellectual monarch who has the ability to understand the ledgers as well as he does. Arcana +3 and Lord Tover relationship +5. The tax laws are not always easy to understand. But even more challenging is understanding how certain laws influence economic growth and balance. There are 2 days left until the Grand Council. How many days will you spend studying the books? Text field. Double insertion point : 2. Go. You read about tax laws, revenue streams and expenditures. It is not easy to follow, making you gain more respect for Lord Tover and the work he does. Lord Tover relationship +6. The day of the Grand Council is cool and windy as summer ends and autumn begins. It is likely wise to assume that Selena now has word of what you are doing, but as suspected, she didn't make it back to Brightwater in time. Bryn has done well since the Great Hall of the Keep is filled with the lords and ladies of the Eastern Duchy. You see a stern man in his mid-50s. From the description, this is Lord Vale. His iron gray hair gives him a look of authority and his body is rock hard from disciplined exercise and eating. He was a gifted commander for your parents and is acknowledged as one. Lord Vale relationship -10. You see Lord Tover among the assembled nobles. You also see a group of men and women in bright blue robes covered in yellow stars and moons sitting apart from the other nobles. In the midst of these wizards you see Archmage Kumari. He gives you a nod of greeting from across the hall. Prince Randall, the herald intones as you enter. First and only child of the late King Brand and Queen Jade, heir presumptive to the former kingdom of Daria. Many of the nobles clap as you are introduced. You recognize that as the ones you had a chance to visit. The proceedings are very formal as a cleric of Lucian steps forward and proclaims that you are indeed who you claim to be. The tension in the room skyrockets as a tall, bald man and this is a farce. The man says, say, she was made, say, Selena murdered your say, you were the true power in the land, say, next, but the nobles nod as the truth behind your words hits home. A king is only a single person, after all. It is through the power invested in them that they have the strength to command and rule. Charm +2. The bald noble is daunted by your words, but speaks one more time. The vote shall take place, as is the law. But Duchess Selena has been a fair and just ruler. Empires fall and dynasties crumble. You are a fool, Lord Weslew, Archmage Kumari's voice says loudly as all eyes turn toward him. Selena is a pawn of the consortium. They have unleashed a great plague upon the land. Every day hundreds of people are being dominated by demons and forced to do terrible things. Even Selena knows that demon summoning is evil, since she doesn't allow it in Brightwater. The rightful heir is alive and I will be voting for Prince Randall. Archmage Kumari relationship +2 and gain a faction of voters. The fields lay unharvested. A voice shouts from one of the nobles you had visited. Citizens die at the hands of the demons, says another, quickly followed by a third. Selena is a hypocrite. She keeps the ban in Brightwater but allows the uneducated citizens outside the city to die. She's too closely tied to the consortium. The rightful heir is alive. Charm +3 and gain a faction of voters. Things move quickly after this. The bald noble returns to his seat and the ballots are cast and the votes are the results. Button. Hear ye, the herald shouts. The room breaks into applause and you hear some of your companions shouting with exuberance. A blue glow catches your attention. The herald continues the formalities, but you are only partially listening. One thing that you take note of is the fact that you won by a large margin. The council decides that your coronation will take place after you have reclaimed all of Daria. After the civil uncertainty of speak to Bryn, speak to General Vale, give a speech to the citizens, speak next. There are many lords and ladies trying to speak to you. Some of them want favors, some of them want the prestige of having spoken to the prince, and some of them have legitimate questions. You put it all on hold as you prepare to speak to the people themselves. Hundreds gather to hear the results of the vote, but when it is known that you will be speaking to them directly, the crowd swells into the thousands. As you step onto the balcony, the crowd cheers. Citizen reputation +5. You tell the people that you plan to serve them faithfully and with their best interest. You tell the people that they are your next button. The crowd roars in approval at your words. You can practically see them swell with pride and hope as you speak to them. Charm +3 and citizen reputation +10. Speak to Bryn. Speak to Jess about legalizing soul burning. Radio button. Next. Soul burning isn't illegal, Jess says. People just hate us. Necromancy is illegal and maybe demon summoning should be too. But soul burning? It's something the person is born with. How could it be illegal? Speak to Bryn, speak to General next button. Congratulations, Your Highness, Bryn says. You have done it. The Brightwater City Guard is firmly in your control, naturally. It is good that only Buntu was killed in your prison break and no guards were harmed. Army morale +5. The news of your victory is being celebrated across the city. But, what do you wish the guards to do about those who are deserting and going to Tornassa to rejoin Duchess Selena alongside Ducato? Say, let them go. There is nothing we can say, help them on their way. Next, Bryn nods acceptance at your orders. Your newly minted kingdom was small, but in time, you hoped it would cover all of its former lands again. They were just scared families, fleeing for the familiar. Good +5, army size -5 and citizen reputation +10. Speak to General Vale. Next button. Time is critical. Say, we shall defeat them. Say, what do you suggest? Say, we will take the fight to the next. Say, next, perhaps, the general says dubiously. But you will have the winter to build the strongest army you can muster. We must then march southwest to Lud. You realize that General, speak to Lord Tover, speak to Archmage Kamari. Next button. So, you plan to begin your reign with war, Archmage Kamari says thoughtfully. General Vale is correct, of course. You have no other option. Time is against you. The other 3 duchies will grow faster than you and then they will attack. You have to attack first, but I'm afraid that you will lose. The Archmage straightens his wizardly robes before continuing. Your army is too small. Tornassa always held the bulk of Daria's soldiers and they are firmly in the hands of Ducato. Even if you drafted every able-bodied man and woman across the east, you wouldn't have enough. That is, if you restrict your soldiers to being human. Ask, what are you? Say, you. Next, yes. The dwarves, elves, half ORCS, halflings and gnomes. They have always kept to themselves, but if you are going to be triumphant, you'll need their aid. The other races are so aloof that many common people don't even realize they really exist. Occasionally, someone will see an elf, and a few very rich nobles own weapons made by the dwarves, but that is it. Even the raids in the west are blamed solely on orcs. The idea of an ORC human baby is disgusting, in many people's eyes. For as long as people can remember, the other races have stayed clear of humans. Your parents respected this unspoken truce and peace held. It is time for a true alliance to be formed, Archmage Kamari says. They will join you. The demon threat is too powerful for them to ignore humans any longer. Say, their aid would be next. The Academy of Wizards has an artifact which can teleport you and a few others over great distances, Archmage Kamari says. Journeys that would have taken months can be done in mere seconds. You see, I found a letter. Archmage Kamari smiles at you. A time-traveling wizard from the past, he says. She found a powerful artifact and donated it to the Academy under the single condition that we loan it to you this winter. If you do well, come spring, you may have an army strong enough to reclaim the rest of your kingdom. We must remove this demon summoning threat and I believe that you are our only chance to do so. Speak to Lord Tover. Next button. Next. So, we are going to war, Lord Tover says. It is only natural that you would strive to reclaim the rest of your kingdom. What do you intend to do with the war funding? Say, we are increasing the war spending. Reallocate the tax revenues immediately. Say, we are leaving the war spending. Say, we are cutting the war. Next button. A wise and prudent course of action, my prince. The clerk bows to you formally and leaves. It will be difficult to build an army without increasing the spending, but at least the common people will be happy. Citizen reputation +10, army morale -5 and army power -5. The leaves on the trees begin to fall and the temperature drops quickly during the first few weeks of your rule. Being the ruler of a kingdom brings many benefits, including a fair wage for your services. Lord Tover informs you that your stipend will be paid to you after a legislated length of time. For now, weapons and equipment are offered to you from the storerooms. access to the royal treasury will remain off limits. The charter is clear that the tax money belongs to the people. After you have conquered Tornassa, you might have a chance to reclaim your family's wealth, if there is anything left. But for now, you have to be careful with your spending. Take a dagger, take a quiver, take a lantern, continue onward, radio button. Next, you leave the storerooms and armory as they are, content with the belongings you are currently carrying. The temperature drops even further and soon the snow begins to fall lightly. The sages are already saying that this will be a very cold and storm-filled winter. The priests and priestesses who are supportive of your cause say that this is a good omen from the gods and goddesses, since it assures that you will have an uninterrupted winter of preparation before war begins in the spring. Ask General Vale and Captain Bryn about any existing Next, the spy network was the first thing Selena bolstered when she began ruling, General Vale says. The spy master went missing the day of the vote that restored your rule. You can be sure that Selena knows exactly what we are doing here. It's hard to be certain of the loyalty. I could say, we need to learn what Selena. Next, a wise move, Your Highness, General Vale says in agreement. That is where the bulk of the army will be. Any information from Tornassel will be of great importance to our campaign. General Vale relationship +2. Go to the dwarf Next, Archmage Kumar. At one point the Wizard of Elm Vale herself appears at Archmage Kumari is as good as his word. A team of wizards from the academy arrive in Brightwater for the winter with a cart full of stones. Samuel, the head steward, gives them a suite of large rooms for their use. The wizards carefully assemble the stones into a large room to show you when you come to their rooms. At one point the Wizard of Elm Vale herself appears in the room to look over the device. It's an amazing piece of magic, she says. It will help you a lot. She vanishes a moment. The wizards watch as Abigail flies overhead. We can send you, your fire drake and one more person, the lead wizard says. In 2 weeks' time, we will cast the spell to bring you back again. Bring Thea with you, Rick, bring Jeff, Next, the large mountain woman pats her massive war hammer and smiles as she steps forward with you. Thea relationship +3. The wizards cast a series of spells in unison and soon you see a multitude of lights cascading across the portal. You and Thea step forward and through the arch with Abigail following closely behind. Suddenly, it was cold when you left, but now it is even colder. You pull your winter clothing closer to yourself and look around. The gray mountains tower over you in all directions, but the enormous mountain you are standing on the side of is even bigger. The academy wizards who sent you claim that this is the home of the dwarves, but you see no buildings and no structures. I sure hope they put us on the right mountain, Thea says. The ledge you are standing on has a narrow path leading down the mountain. You are just about to begin the long descent when you hear a grating noise. A section of the mountain wall swings open to reveal a short, stocky man with an impressive beard. He is holding a large crossbow aimed toward you. Are you lost, laddie? The dwarf asks in a gruff voice. Holy blazing hells! Thea exclaims as the dwarf seems to step out of nothing. Ya startled the rocks out of me. Say, I am here to speak. Ask, say, next. Hurry now? The bearded warrior says as he arches a bushy eyebrow. The dwarf opens the rest of the door, showing a large entrance into the side of the mountain. The stuff come along now, the first one says. It isn't every day that we find a human on our doorstep. King Grouch will want to speak to you. You are led into the mountain. The marble floor and enormous pillars show that the dwarf home has been here a long time. You see many more warriors, several of whom holding worn battle axes which seem too large for their small statures. After a few minutes, you find yourself standing in a large room with many long wooden tables. Seated at the tables are many more dwarves with pewter mugs of ale and plates filled with food. A large stone throne sits empty in the corner. A dwarf with a bright red beard and a powdered crown stands up from one of the tables. I am King Grouch, he says as he puffs out his chest. And who might you be? Say, I am Prince Rand. Say, I am the heir to the kingdom of Daria. Next, the king of the humans, King Grouch says as he arches a bushy red eyebrow. You begin by explaining that you are the prince of a portion of the humans. You spend the next hour telling King Grauch about your situation and how you would like to make an alliance with him and his people. You explain that you would like his dwarven smithies to supply your army and his dwarven warriors to join you in your campaign once the snow melts. We have always let you humans do as you like, as long as you leave us alone under our mountains. But I agree, there is much to gain from trading with you. We do not shy from battle and your cause seems just. Unfortunately, we have our own troubles. Say, perhaps there is something. Next. Oh? King Grauch says with a smile on his ruddy face. Is the king of the humans also a great warrior? Very well, come with me. You don't bother to correct him a second time. He leads you through a hall as a group of dwarven warriors join you. After nearly an hour of walking, a door is opened and you find yourself outside once again. He points across a mountain valley which looks to have been trampled with small hoof prints. This is where our sheep graze with stealthily boldly walk to the ask, let's sit next. The dwarves grin at your bravado as you march across the snowy field. After an hour of walking, you see a large blazing fire. Several trees have been knocked over to fuel the inferno. The giant sitting in front of the fire gets to his feet as you approach. The creature is easily 11 feet tall and wears only rags, despite the cold weather. You can see grease stains across his chest from the many sheep he has feasted upon. In his hand, he holds an enormous wooden club that is as tall as you are. Attack the giant with your sword. Attempt to trick the cast a lightning bolt at. Say, give up it. Next, the giant roars a challenge at you as he rushes forward, but the lightning strikes him solidly in the chest, throwing him backward. He crashes to the ground dead as the smoke wafts from his charred body. Magic +2. You return to the dwarven hall where King Grauch awaits. It feels good to have our grazing pasture back and to know that the rest of our sheep are now safe, King Grauch exclaims. I am glad to have met you, Randall. The dwarves clap you on the back and congratulate you. Many of them want you to see their mines, which are the pride and joy of the dwarven community. You spend the remainder of the 2 weeks among them. Drinking in their hall, learning their songs, studying their religion, radio, working in their learning their songs. Next, although you aren't a bard, you appreciate the melodies and lyrics of their songs. Many of the tunes are bawdy and rough, but the dwarven ballads speak of centuries of history. They are filled with tales of the lands from the unique earthly perspective of the dwarves. History +5. As the 2 weeks come to an end, King Grauch says that the dwarves he is sending to your aid have already left the mountain. They will make it to Brightwater by spring, so they can be with you when you begin your campaign. You will have dwarven blacksmiths to keep your army's equipment in excellent condition and a few dwarven warriors to supplement your troops. Army power +5 and army size +7. Magical lights suddenly rise around you and Thea. When the lights diminish, you see the wizard and the artifact and know that you are back in Brightwater. Raymond, the boy you rescued from Bunta, is having a lot of trouble adapting to keep it the maid. Made Raymond a royal page under Samuel's care. Radio, ask, next, give Samuel a small gift. Needs 50 gold. Radio, next, you give your head steward some coin as a token of your appreciation. He seems a little more accepting of the situation after this. Good +3, gold -50 and charm +2. Over the next couple of days, you see that Samuel has gotten Raymond some nice new clothes and is keeping him busy. Your list of complaints from the nobles seems endless as Raymond snarls at them when he is frustrated or angry. As winter wears on, the number of complaints lessens as Raymond learns some basic social skills and the nobles get used to his odd ways. Go to the Elf Queen, go to the gnomes, go to the next, you go to the, yes, one of the bring Thea bring Jess with you, radio, bring Petra with you, radio, but bring Bryn with you, bring Jess, go by, next, Jess says nothing as she steps forward with you. Jess relationship +3, the wizards, suddenly, we are experiencing, you have no which way is, examine the mosque, cast a divination spell, send Abigail up through the clock, ask, next, you take your time, not wanting to make a mistake with the incantation. You feel a resistance to your magic. It is likely the same resistance that the wizards felt. The elven city is shielded and is preventing you from locating it. You use the magical shield surrounding the elf city itself as a beacon. The disruption of the scrying spell is coming from a certain direction. Logic would dictate that Oni-Jun lies in that direction. With this knowledge, you begin walking toward the disruption. Magic +3. It is easy enough to walk along the forest floor, since the snow has gathered on the canopy above you. The downside is that the forest is dark and full of shadows. As you walk, you hear a grinding noise and feel the earth tremble beneath your feet. Without any further warning, the ground explodes upward. You see an enormous pink worm burrowing out of the ground. The open maw of the worm is easily 5 feet in diameter and coming directly toward you. Step aside and hold up your magic shield between you and the cast a spell to move you out of harm. Throw some rocks or dodge the next. The force at which the worm smashes into your shield should have broken both your arms, but the magic of the shield absorbs the blow. The worm crumples to the ground at your feet as the ringing sound of the blow slowly fades. Worm health to 0/100.
Okay. What the fuck? Okay, that just happened. Well then, yep. Did not see that coming.
The enormous worm twitches a few times as it lays on the forest floor. You see its belly ripple and pulse. It suddenly bursts open as a litter of young wormlings pour forth and disappear into the soil. You see bits and pieces of armor, broken weapons and clothing from the worm's previous victims. You also see a lot of shiny gold coins.
Yay, money.
Gold +267. You gather the gold and continue walking, leaving the horrific corpse behind. You can feel the change in the air as you pass from one set of trees and into another. The snow-filled canopy disappears overhead, revealing the bright light of the sun. You see many wooden walkways spanning the treetops and the weather is milder, no longer feeling like winter. Hundreds of elves cover the walkways, standing between the trunks. Some carry swords and many carry bows. You have made it to the famed elven city of Oni-Jun. You are surprised to see a half-elf come out to greet you. Although elves are more accepting of their half-human progeny than orcs, you know that half-elves rarely rise to power in their society. Your greeter is middle-aged, clean-shaven and more solidly built than the elves. He is well-dressed and his black hair has white slivers and is sharply cut to his shoulders. Greetings, he says in a very deep voice. I am Neastalin Mubas Heir. I am a cleric of the light-bringing goddess Ariel and I have been sent to greet you in the name of our queen. Ask, why is the queen not here? Say, I am Prince Randall. Next, and you shall have them, the half-elf says. We understand the dangers of your demon-summoning enemies and we will do everything in our power to help you regain your stolen kingdom and stop the threat. I will accompany the elven troops myself. Ask, how do you know of our Ask, what do you know about Susak? Ask, are you using Next, only that he is the High Chancellor of the Consortium, Neastalin replies. And that he is the one who has sent the demon stones into the hands of the untrained. The half-elf continues, I wish that we had greater numbers to send to your aid. There are not as many elves in the world as there are humans. We must leave some of our warriors to guard our homes, but I shall personally accompany a troop of our finest archers to Brightwater. We will be there as the snow melts, you have my word. Army power +5, army size +7 and army morale +5. You and Jess are led through Oni-Jun. The wondrous city of the elves is truly magical to behold. The road reaches beautifully from treetop to treetop.
Be back
The harsh
again.
winter doesn't seem to reach the elven city and many of the trees are covered in gorgeous blossoms. You soon arrive at a humble-looking temple devoted to Ariel. The half-elf leads you into the private chambers in the back. although this home looks very well kept. I have just returned to architecture myself. Unfortunately, I have had a very troubled couple of months.
Oh, hi. I didn't realize I had someone joining, but hey, I've been asked by a couple of friends of mine to kind of hang out with them, so don't worry, I will continue this stream tomorrow.
StreamYard.com is sharing. File Explorer. StreamYard.com. StreamYard.com is sharing. StreamYard Personal Microsoft. Clickable toggle button not pressed in layout. Alt. Clickable toggle button pressed group banner landmark. Clickable end broad. Heading level. Not yet.